Is it done? Is it fixed? Are we through? Having some technical issues. Yeah, we are, yeah. Is that... we just did a preview, and I don't know if that's come through, to be honest. I don't know if that's come through. So... hello. Is this coming through? There we go. It is coming through. Hello, Rare Breeds. Yeah, we are having a few technical issues. Just having some real trouble there with the microphone. I was having trouble with the microphone, and then it seemed to be having trouble with, like, connecting. So, hopefully we've come through. Okay. You are coming through. Okay, good. Okay, I don't know if you just heard the breakdown that I did. I literally just did a breakdown here. This breakdown here is what we've got tonight. So we've got Hardy Boys coming to NXT to battle No Quarter Catch Crew. We got Stephanie defending against Carmen Petrovic. We got Lexis King taking on Moose. We got Ricky Saints going up against Javon Evans. So we've got TNA talent all over this show. And honestly, it should be a really, really good show. I'm a little bit all at sea because, we've just had trouble connecting, and I don't know quite what people heard. It's honestly, this has kind of thrown me off a little bit. So we'll get back on track though. Right. Nathan said, I'm looking forward to this NXT. This is going to be a special NXT. I agree. I think this is going to be good. I think we've got a lot of TNA presence all over this show. And... lovely. Okay. Paul said, Daze, I'm working for the next 5 hours. You're the only thing that's going to keep me awake. No pressure. That's fine. Technical glitches, I think, have been resolved. So I think that we're in a better place now. I am just having to play a little bit of catch up. And I'm just keeping an eye on like the connection. But the connection looks fine. So, yeah, hopefully we're all going to be good. I agree. I think this is going to be a special show. I think we are looking at having a special episode of NXT in a year that's proven to be very special for NXT, to be honest. This year has been a really strong offering from them. But tonight we're actually going to get Hardy Boys. That's something people have been asking for a long time. Not only that, I know Moose there was obviously a split reaction there, but there was still plenty of people that were very excited about seeing him. So he came onto the show last week, and honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he delivers tonight. Lexis King isn't the opponent I'd be looking for, but we know it's building towards a match with Obafemi. So yeah, I think there's lots of reasons to be excited for tonight. But I honestly don't know in regards to where we're going with like the top end of the card. Like Obafemi is clearly not going to lose the title to Moose. So Obafemi trick. I'm not sure kind of what we're doing there with Obafemi. He needs some new challengers and challengers that can legitimately take that title from him, you know? So Kian said, Daze, hope you're doing well, having a great day. I'm just jumping in to see how everyone is doing. I've had a few rough days. I'm shattered now. I'm going to chill and then I'm going to go to bed. No worries, buds. Shout out to you. Moose versus Oba title for title will be fun, says Nightmare. Afro Soul Reaper, Shout out to you, buds. Harvey said, when Aleister Black and Rusev return, do we think they'll go to the main roster or NXT? I think that we could see one of them, if not both of them, go to NXT. I'm a big believer, as I've said before, in NXT first. The reason for that is because NXT needs ratings. I also think that NXT is a brand that we have seen big names return to, like Drew McIntyre is the example I would give, where Drew went away, did indies and all of that, came back and came through the NXT system. Of course, Cody came back and came straight back to like WrestleMania in the main roster, but I don't think either Rusev or Aleister Black are Cody levels, yeah? So I think the Drew comparison feels a little closer. He came back and went through NXT. NXT's on a good run at the moment. We've seen Jordan Grace go in there, of course, from TNA. So and obviously we've seen others come in from AEW, like Ricky Saints, going to NXT. So I think a Malachi and a Miro, they, even though have got main roster experience, I could see them having to come back and we need to work on their presentation. We need to work on who they are in 2025. Certainly Miro. I mean, last time Miro was around, we had the whole Rusev Day thing and all of that stuff. And I just don't think that's something we're looking for now. I don't think that's gonna... to be honest, I think that was tired last time he was around. I think we do need something different from him for him. And that's absolutely fine. I mean, he's shredded. He's an absolute monster. And he'd be a good pickup. But we would definitely need to figure out a new presentation. We would need to figure out, who is he? How are we going to present him? Is it still Rusev Day? For me, I wouldn't do that. I would go in a different direction. And I don't know what that direction is. And that's where NXT could help, because it could be something that we have to kind of really work on. So I think at least one of them could find their way going to NXT, if not both. And I really wouldn't be down on that. I think it'd be great for NXT. I think it'd be good for them as well. Lisa, shout out to you, said, here's some food for thought. If footage was available that was shown of Liv and Raquel walking through the Jade crime scene, why can't they pull the entire footage from the backstage garage area? Well, I think the footage that we saw was of a part of it that was not where the attack was. Or at least I'm under that impression. I think the camera is a camera that kind of shows the back area, but I don't know if it shows the exact area that the incident occurred. So I think they may have footage, and there may be more footage, but I don't know that it's footage that's going to show the actual attack, because if they had that footage, they would say they had that footage. There was where Jade was found by the loading area, that was a cameraman that was recording that. And then the footage that we saw was, I think it kind of covered the whole back area, but I don't know that the bit where the attack actually happened is kind of covered by that camera. So, yeah, it's a little messy, to be honest, that whole thing. I mean, I thought that was a bit stupid to try and make out that just because they were back there, like, they're guilty. I really don't think too many people were buying that. And it was a bit nonsensical, to be honest. I think that story kind of took a bit of a wrong turn there. The fact that it's took this long as well. The fact that we haven't really done anything with it. She got attacked and she's just been away and that's it. Like, I think that's been a bit of a factor as well. So, yeah, a bit of frustration with that story. It should still come good when she returns, though. But, yeah, a little bit of frustration. I think that could have been told a bit better. Rare Breed said SmackDown needs ratings. It's true. I mean, all the brands need ratings. That is very, very true. We did see SmackDown go from 1.3 to like 1.7. So obviously that was massively influenced by The Rock. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing kind of what comes next with trying to keep that momentum going. I mean, we know that the shows have not quite been good enough, and if we feel that, I've got to think Triple H feels that. I mean, I don't know who would be telling him, oh, this is brilliant, when the ratings are, okay. They're not where they were. There has been a dip. And I think, you know, we're living in a post-bloodline world. We said this yesterday. There's no bloodline. There's no Roman bloodline. They're all doing their own thing. There's no heel bloodline because Tonga Loa is injured. Solo has been away. Really, for the past few weeks, it's just been Jacob and Tama Tonga. Of course, we are doing a Solo Jacob story at the moment, which has been, you know, good for the past couple of weeks. It's had some nice little confrontations backstage and a few little things around the ringside area. But that was very limited. If you compare like the scale of the bloodline, we used to open with the bloodline coming down, then we would go and revisit them throughout the show, then we would go at the end. Normally the world titles were involved in that segment, normally the tag titles were involved in that segment, Usos big stars, Solo being built, Roman the biggest star in the company. To go from that to now not having any of that, I mean, the closest we've got to that on SmackDown now is the Jacob Solo thing, which has been going a couple of weeks. We've had a couple of little bits out of it, and not much, to be honest. Obviously, a miscommunication in the match, a little confrontation backstage, but to go from Roman and his bloodline to where we are now, we are really feeling the effects of living in this post-bloodline world. We are really seeing that you take the bloodline away from that show. Because when we didn't have Roman's bloodline, at least we had the other bloodline. At least we were building up like the other bloodline because there was going to be a war. There was going to be a showdown. And we got that showdown at Survivor Series. And then, of course, we didn't know what would come after that. Then we found out there was going to be a tribal combat in January. So, you know, the fumes were still there. Then it was all built into Roman Solo, which was meant to be a WrestleMania match. So then we were built into that, you know. So I sort of feel like this is a very interesting situation that we're in now, where we are allowing the rest of the roster to breathe. But they're a bit cold, to be honest. The rest of the roster is struggling a little bit there because, you know, this extra time, we don't have stars of that magnitude to fill that time. So, yeah, there are some issues, and I can understand those issues. And it really doesn't help that we're waiting for Elimination Chamber. So we do need to just get that kind of out the way, you know. Get Chamber out the way, and then, you know, hopefully Cena will be around a bit more. Hopefully Rock will be around a bit. Hopefully CM Punk and Roman will be around on a regular basis. And, you know, that level of star power is going to make a big, big difference. And it's going to allow you to use those characters in big, meaningful segments, which is going to, you know, massively improve the shows. So calm before the storm is what I would say. Nightmare said, it'll end in a DQ or something. Neither company won't want their title to go to another company, says Nightmare. Hannah said, have you heard people feeling frustrated with the last-minute alterations due to Dwayne's sudden sightings and steering of the ship? Thoughts on who is being feeling that way? Yeah, there was a little something that was around in regards to that. To be honest, I have not had a chance to really dig into that. Like, I can't tell you as to where that report has come from, so I can't really comment on it with much in the way of, you know, confidence in it. So, genuinely, there's not much I can add. The only thing I can say is that there are reports out there that there is some frustration with the fact that it's all been changed recently. I'm going to see if I can actually find where that was from, because I do have that in my notifications from earlier. But as I said, I haven't had a chance to like really dig into it. I'm of the impression that it has all changed for the reasons that I gave. The fact that it was all being advertised and then they had to pull that video kind of suggests to me that they were going to go one direction, then boom, we've had to like pivot. But I don't know if I'll be able to track it down, unfortunately. Yeah, if anyone's got it, feel free to send it over, because I'd be interested to know what the source was on it. Because obviously, if it's Dave Meltzer, he's been swinging and missing. So when it comes to Dave Meltzer, I listen because I genuinely believe that he has got people that he talks to. I don't think he just outright makes stuff up, right? I don't believe that. Some people can believe that, and that's totally fine. I don't think he just outright makes stuff up. I think he talks to people, and I don't know how good those sources are. I think those sources have at times let him down. So if it's Dave Meltzer, you have to take it with a real pinch of salt. But if it's like a Sean Ross Sapp or a WrestleVotes or a WrestleNomics, I sort of feel like you can have a lot more confidence then. Because even though, no one's going to bat 100, I think it's about the overall success rate. So, I mean, when it comes to the dirt sheets, you're always dealing with rumor, hearsay, and it's about really trusting who you trust. And for me, I've got like S tier kind of people that I put a lot of confidence in, and then, it goes down. I mean, Dave Meltzer at the moment for me might be like B or something like that. And John down the road would be like an F. So I'd have to have a look and see kind of where that had come from, to be honest. But yeah, there is a little rumor doing the rounds that's not happy. There's a little bit of unhappiness with The Rock. Toby said 100% Seth was brought out of the Paul Punk segments to recover that Rock's Friday shocker, says Toby. Well, yeah, that's another good example, actually. So they did advertise that it was going to be Seth, Logan, and CM Punk. They'd put that out there. And then because of what went down on Friday, we know Cody was on Raw. And so Seth had to speak to him. And so I'm looking at the fact that Nick Aldis put a video out that on Friday that was pulled because he was talking about what was on the show. And he never mentioned The Rock, right? Never mentioned that The Rock was going to be on the show. Why would you drop a video on a Friday advertising what's on SmackDown on the day of the show and you don't mention The Rock, right? Now, could it have been that The Rock was going to be a surprise and then they changed their mind last second? Maybe. But then why are we seeing other changes? Like, the one Toby just pointed out where they had CM Punk, Logan, and Seth advertised as being all three in the ring talking about the chamber. And then that got changed to Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins kind of promoing off each other, yeah? So I look at that and I'm like, I can see a few changes that have been made. I can hear the comments of The Rock at the press conference after, where he talks about taking this idea to Triple H, and Triple H being like, yeah, great, sounds great, let's go with it. And the way The Rock makes it sound, it doesn't sound like there was a lot of pushback or there was a lot of thought back and forth. The way The Rock makes it sound is he had an idea, something he wanted to do. Triple H, I think, thought, I can accommodate that. And so he was like, right, yeah, we can do that. Let's go with it. And so, did it. And now we're having to move a few pieces to accommodate it, but nothing bad, nothing that's, causing massive disruption. But the reason why this is important, right? And I'm sure there's people going, I don't really understand why we're talking about this. Well, who cares? Who cares if it was planned or not planned, right? It really matters, because if this is not planned, like if this is not a big thought out like story, then The Rock's not going to take something massive to Triple H. He's not going to take him something that's going to completely change all of WWE. Like, I think he's going to go in and find a way to put a little wrinkle in there. How about we do that? How about we throw this spanner in the works? Like, for me, if this is a Rock idea and he's gone to Triple H to propose it as a way of just shaking up WrestleMania season, then I don't think we're looking at a new faction. I don't think we're looking at like anything. You're seeing people like go so big. There's people that are fantasy booking that we're going to get Rock Roman now at WrestleMania. And it's like, that's a lot to take from just that segment, which feels like it was just dropped in last second on Friday. It's a lot to look at that and go, we're getting Rock Roman. We're going to get Rock Roman. We're going to get Cody turning heel. We're going to get a new heel faction. And it's like, I can't go that far. I can't get that carried away, because to me, I just sort of look at it and go, I just think that segment was dropped in real late. I think it's a little wrinkle, a little bump on the road to WrestleMania. It's going to be very interesting if Cody says no, which I think he will, then to see what The Rock does. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if The Rock interfered in the match at WrestleMania, and if The Rock came down to the ring to try and cost Cody, or actually, got someone else to do it instead. I think it can still go to some really exciting places, but I'm not sold at the moment that this is a big plan that's been in the works for a long time, that they've got the next couple of months all planned out around it. I just don't feel that. I'm not getting that vibe. And so as a result, I think it's right to get your expectations into perspective, into check, So, yeah, I agree. I think that it is a conversation that is worth having, but it can still lead to some excellent places. And I can't sit here and say that they've not had meetings this week to, map out what would a faction look like, If Triple H has kind of thought about it the same way the fans have thought about it, could it have prompted Triple H this week to have gone, okay, what if he does say yes, And what if we're trying to flesh it out this week? I can't say we're not doing that. But I do feel very confident that there was no big grand plan when The Rock came in Friday. So if anything's going to happen, I think it's this week that it's happening, Hannah said, Daze, I think it was Meltzer that said it, but I'm not too sure what to think, as he talks to many people. He reposted someone from the page after an opinion was based on him. I don't understand that. In regards to Meltzer, yeah, I mean, I think he does talk to people. I think he does have sources. I think that he is someone that it would be impossible for him to not know people in WWE, because he speaks to that many wrestlers and has gone to that many shows and has done that many interviews. And I just sort of feel like he knows people and people know him. And there's a lot of people in the industry that were subscribers to The Observer. Obviously don't know if that's the case anymore, but certainly back in the day, we know for a fact Jim Cornette was a subscriber. We know that Jim Cornette used to vote in the Hall of Fame things for The Observer as well. So, and we know Eric Bischoff has got opinions, Bruce has got opinions, and you hear about a lot of the boys in the back, certainly in AEW these days, caring about 5-star matches, the Young Bucks calling their finisher the Meltzer driver. He knows people. He definitely knows people. He's definitely got access to information. It's just, how reliable is that information, and does it, what's the hit rate of it? What's the success rate of it? And that's what you can judge. And honestly, I think it's been very hit and miss from Meltzer in the past, certainly couple of years. It's really funny because I remember back before the pandemic, 2017, 2018, the conversation around Meltzer was very, very different. You was not seeing this kind of hatred. It really turned when AEW came along. When AEW came along, it really changed. There was a big, big shift. And I do think a lot of this anti-Meltzer stuff is tribalistic. I do think that a lot of WWE fans look at Meltzer and they see that he has a lot of praise for AEW and he doesn't really care much for WWE. And I think that has, for some reason, I really don't understand why, but it seems to have upset WWE fans or a certain amount. And so this is where I think a lot of the frustration comes from. Then, of course, you start to see that his hit rate with the stories has declined. And you start to see that he, goes off on people online. That then just fuels more negativity. Rather than just ignoring it, he responds to it. And that then gets other people joining into the conversation. And so what should be nothing, what should be just a throwaway comment probably no one will see, all of a sudden gets highlighted, elevated, other people have opinions on it, that then snowballs, then ratings will come out, he'll score AEW every match 5 stars, WWE every match 2 stars. That'll then frustrate people, and it's just flipping done that for years and years and years. And it's just built up this toxicity now. But the reason that I don't understand it is because Dave Meltzer has always preferred other companies to WWE. He's never been a fan of like WWE. He, very often had full of praise for Mexico and Japan and was not really into what Vince McMahon was doing. It just was not for him. And it just doesn't bother me. It's just never bothered me. I've never thought less of him. If anything, I appreciate the fact he's honest about it in saying it's just not a company that appeals to me. I just don't think the wrestling is kind of what I look for. And to be honest, when we're reviewing flipping shows and just show after show, every match is good, and we're struggling to find a great match, and we're people that, really love WWE. I kind of go, yeah, I get it. He wants those banging Osprey Omega matches. He wants Okada. He wants, the All Japan women type matches. He wants that. He doesn't want Bron Breakker versus Dominic Mysterio. He doesn't want R-Truth doing what R-Truth was doing in that tag match the other day. And I can understand that. I mean, I can understand that, and that's absolutely fine. But yeah, there are people that do really struggle with that. And as we said, there's a range of reasons. It's not just the match ratings. It is also to do with the fact that his hit rate on stories has declined, and people come out and correct him online, and that then obviously feeds the trolls to, batter him even more, and it's just never ending. The best thing he could do would be to just really focus on the history of wrestling, I think, and really talk about what happened, not what's going to happen or what's rumored to happen, but talk about what's happened. Or he could even discuss the rumors that are out there. But, in this day and age, your opinions can obviously get you cancelled as well, get you heat. So, I don't know. I think he's an amazing historian. I think he should focus on that. But that's a whole conversation for another time. Hello, Daze Buddy says, Amin, shout out to you, buds. Travis said, Meltzer wants gymnastics, not wrestling. Well, yeah, again, that's another conversation, isn't it? I mean, the whole gymnastics argument, I think that there was a lot of conversation around that AEW style. It doesn't appeal to everybody, but, I mean, it does appeal to some. And so I think that's fine. If people enjoy that style, then I don't have a problem with that. It's not for me. It's a little bit like if let's change it to music. Let's say that WWE is pop music, and let's say that AEW is flipping K-pop, right? And WWE is like Taylor Swift and whatever. Like, he just prefers K-pop. I wouldn't personally sit here and start blasting K-pop, saying it's rubbish and production's too screechy or whatever it might be. Like, he just prefers a different style of wrestling, just like people prefer different styles of music. So I just think it's a lot healthier to look at it that way rather than get dragged into like this quite tribalistic stuff that I see online. But that's by the by. James said, would you do away with Elimination Chamber? It does get in the way of a Mania build, but it always helps with it too. I'm conflicted. That's a really good point, actually, James. I feel like it's a long gap between the Rumble and WrestleMania, so you need Summit in there. But do you need Elimination Chamber? Because it's sort of the problem with the chamber is there's no stories so much. So you go into the chamber and you can tease a little sum up between Logan and CM Punk, but that ain't massive. That's just a little extra spice for the chamber, isn't it? Right? It's a bit throwaway, really. Like, there's not really much to it. It's just meant to I'm coming for you type thing. It's a little bit like if someone gets eliminated in the Rumble, you can make a big deal out of it, but equally, it could just be a match, you know. I'm not happy you eliminated me. We do a match on Raw, right? So I sort of feel like the problem with the chamber is you can't really do anything too meaningful until the chamber's over. You can set up some feuds that will pay off at WrestleMania, but I sort of feel like it is a bit of an issue. I don't know if a normal, like, fast lane would be better. Like, just a card that just literally is just a normal card with normal matches. And that way, we're not really waiting for anything. The only problem is, though, how would you then decide the other challengers, you know? And if you're going to do, like, a Fatal 4-Way or something like that, we're still waiting, aren't we? We're still waiting, so... It is a very difficult one. It's a tricky one. I don't know that there's a clean answer to it, but I think I would be tempted to get rid of the chamber. I think this has shown we're actually seeing in real time that it is a bit in the way. So yeah, I think I would do away with it. Hannah said, it's an interesting take as he responded to members on the page after an opinion was on him. Seems he is familiar with you. No, I don't think he's familiar with me. I know the post that you're referring to. I can't remember how he saw it. I don't remember if the post tagged him. I can't remember. But they may have done the @Dave Meltzer thing, which means he will have seen it that way. I don't think that he clicked on the conversation and read the whole conversation. So he did respond to one of them. And listen, that's his right to respond to it. I don't have a problem with that. If anyone's going to write anything on the internet and share any opinion, you're going to run the risk of that person seeing it. You're going to run the risk of that person wanting to provide their side of the argument to it. So he did respond to one of those, and you know, I felt, I suppose, a little sorry. I mean, it's difficult because you want community members to be honest about, you know, what they are thinking, but there is a bit of an unwritten rule where if you do that, the person you're talking about can respond. I mean, when I ask for people's NXT opinions later, if someone's going to tell me that Sol Ruka is trash, she needs to get off my TV, I can't make any guarantees that Sol Ruka's not going to see that, can I? I can't make... what am I meant to do? I can't make any guarantees of that. I mean, really, it's down to everyone's own... I'm not sure of the word, but it's down to everyone individually to make sure that they are writing things that they feel they can back up, that they are writing things that they are happy for the person to see, and it kind of comes down to everyone individually that way. I can't have a pop with Dave Meltzer for feeling that he's read something that was unfair or something that he felt he needed to respond to, and so he responded to it. I don't have a problem with that. I have never liked Cody, said Harvey. I prefer heels, but honestly, it's one of the worst title reigns in years. I know it's not Cody's fault, but can we end it already, said Harvey. Can't we just make it better, though, Harvey? I mean, if it's one of the worst title reigns in years, then that would suggest to me it shouldn't be too difficult to make it better. So, can we not just make it better? Why do we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater? Why do we need to just abandon the title run when we could potentially make it better? And if it is one of the worst, then it shouldn't be too difficult to improve it. The Bron Breakker tax commercial is the best promo WWE so far this year, says Jack. Toby said, I could imagine some of the top roster are frustrated with The Rock. Are you Dwayne today, final boss, or are we a bit of both? It's a character-driven business, so stay in character. There's actually a really good point that I agree with that's going to be in Unseen. And I think this is from Johnny. I really like this. I think I agree with this. So here, look, this is The Rock. He said, thanks for watching the show. We've got some disruptive moves that will coming up, so tune in, right? That's interesting. Love playing this audacious, unpredictable character known as the final boss. Toronto, I'll see you this weekend at Elimination Chamber, right? And I think the point that Johnny makes is bang on. I think he's correct. Johnny said The Rock clearly doesn't want that bad guy image to get through to his non-wrestling followers. Hence all the kayfabe breaking and telling everyone it's a character. He should stay out of storylines if he's that worried. This is a very interesting, modern-ish, past 20 years, development in the sense of we're now getting wrestlers that are doing films on a regular basis, not just the odd film here or there, but like The Rock that churns out X amount of films a year. But not only that, so people actually now know him arguably more for that than wrestling, right? So a lot of people is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. They know him from Fast and Furious. Yeah, they know him from, I don't know, the Marvel films or whatever. And that might be their first time seeing him. That might be where they first saw him, might never have watched wrestling. They might hear that he came from wrestling. But, you know, there's a lot of people out there. It's not like Hogan. When Hogan was in a film, you knew it was Hulk Hogan and he was the wrestler that was doing a movie. He was a wrestler doing a movie. We are now in the age of movie stars that used to be wrestlers. And I do think that is probably, I mean, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't really think of anyone before The Rock. I know people that were in films. I know Roddy Piper was in a film. I know Hogan was in a film. You can go over to Mexico and you can talk about Blue Demon, El Santo. Like, there's Mexican wrestlers that did lots of films. But certainly for America, I think it's hard to think of someone that's had the catalogue of movies that The Rock's had, the success that The Rock's had. And I think The Rock is one of the first people to become a movie star that used to be a wrestler, rather than Hogan or Piper that were wrestlers that were doing films. Obviously, since then, we've had Batista, we've had John Cena. I think they're getting into that range as well now that they're movie stars that used to be wrestlers. So not only has he got that, but he's also got, he's the face of Papa Tui, the men's grooming line. He is the face of that vodka or whatever it is, tequila. He's the face of that. I believe he's got some other businesses as well. So I can sort of understand that if footage does the rounds of him being, you know, moody and beating up someone, that if you don't know that that's not from a TV show, or you don't, like, the lines are blurred with, is this real? Is this not real? Is he really beating him down? Like, you know, the wrestling line's been blurred. I can understand, not saying it's right, but I'm saying I can understand The Rock being concerned that, like, this is going to have serious financial repercussions. Because there's people out there that are going to look at this, believe it's me, and they're not going to buy Papa Tui, and they're not going to buy my tequila, and they're not going to support me in my films. And that's going to have a serious knock-on effect for him. It's not the same as someone being a heel, then doing a film, and it's going to affect one film. You know, The Rock is at a stage where very few, if any, wrestlers have ever been before, where, you know, he could start losing followers from his Instagram accounts. Like, his whole brand can take a hit because of this. And as Johnny says there, if he's that worried, then maybe he should stay out of storylines. Is that the answer, though? Is that I'm not saying there is a right answer. I'm just saying, is it right that he stays out of storylines? Or is it a case that he should do this and make that split clear? Because to be honest with you, I think there's a real piece of work that needs to be done here. I think that this is actually, he's touching on something that has been a frustration for a while, because sometimes you don't know if someone's tweeting out as themselves or tweeting out as their character because they use the same accounts. So, you know, you can follow Alexa Bliss and she'll do like a dark, I'm coming back type thing. And then the next post will be her with her kid. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it all goes through the same account. I mean, I would like to see a character account and a personal account. I would like to see, so if you follow the character, that's basically run by WWE, and maybe they're even the ones that post onto it. It's not even Alexa that has access to it. So, you know, maybe the Alexa account is run by someone at WWE that's just putting out the messaging that needs to be put out and posting the stuff that needs to be posted. And maybe it's just controlled. You know, you could have a team of 10 people running, like, you know, the main roster accounts and just like posting out different things, different images, kind of, you know, they're each responsible for, I don't know, 20 people. And, you know, they post several things on each of those accounts each day. I don't know, something like that, right? Have a team of 10, have a team of 15, have a team of 20, I don't care. But I think there is a bit of work to be done there with, like, where is that line? Because you see lots of people. I mean, Asuka today has come out and just started going off on, you know, people, if you care about ratings rather than thinking for yourself. You know, she's gone off today talking about, you know, if you care about ratings for matches or video games, like, why aren't you using your own opinion and everything? And it's like, well, that's not come from Asuka the character, I don't think. I think that's come from Asuka the person. And I don't know, is that right? You know, for the same accounts be pumping out memes and then for her to just come out and say something quite jarring like that, you know? Because it's a belief that she should share that, but should she share that on the Asuka character account? Or should she have her own side accounts, you know? I don't know. This is, for me, kind of what this conversation falls into. And we all know that wrestling is scripted. I think if you want to just operate in the world of the WWE, then you can just follow the character accounts and you can just follow the TV show. You don't need to engage or look at any of their personal stuff. But maybe that would clean it up a little bit if there was personal accounts and it would get away. Like this kind of stuff would come through Dwayne Johnson. Yeah. Whereas all the stuff to do with The Rock, that would come through The Rock's WWE profile, you know? I'm not saying that's the right solution, but I am saying that there's definitely a conversation there, because I know this is a frustration that people have got. I know this is a frustration that people kind of sharing, you know? And yeah, that Rock one, that keeps showing its face. Harvey said, I've never liked Cody. I prefer heels, but it's one of the worst one-year title reigns in history. It's not Cody's fault. Well, we read that. Let's go down. Pitivy said, I don't care if she sees this, but what the holy hell does Carmella done to her lips? She used to protect that face, and now she's ruined it. Ivy says, evening buds. Well, do you know, I think... to be honest with you, I think I can't comment on Carmella because I haven't really paid attention. I haven't looked, I haven't seen. But I think there is a lot of pressure on people to stay young, look attractive, you know. I think the world is really wrong on that. You know, if you look at a lot of the wrestlers that we have, they're all, you know, beautiful looking women. You know, they're all stunners. And it's like, we made that comment before, like, where's the Bertha phase of 2025? You know, no offense to Bertha Faye. But it's strange how all the attractive people are so good at wrestling. There's not too many ugly people that are around that are into wrestling or are like high-level wrestlers. And it's because I think if you don't meet a certain standard for your looks, I think there is a glass ceiling for you. I mean, you're not going to go on to, main event WrestleMania, or, maybe you won't even get to the main roster. Perhaps you won't even get into the door in flipping NXT. And I think that is such a shame, because that is, there's been a whole conversation, right? And I'm not getting political because I don't have any opinion on this, right? But that whole DEI thing, right? Which I've heard in America is where you get hired because of your race rather than your skill set, and all that. And it's all about equality and all this kind of stuff rather than getting the best person for the job, right? And there's obviously been a big conversation around that. So I'm not saying anything about that because I don't have any opinions on that, and I don't have any data on that, right? So I'm not saying anything about that. But what I am saying is, if you're kicking off about DEI, right, and not hiring the best person, most skilled person, I hope that same energy gets put into wrestling, because I would be very interested to know if the best, highest skilled wrestlers find their way to the top of this tree, because I don't for 1 second think that all the best wrestlers in the world are these stunningly 10 out of 10 attractive people. I think that that's something that could be looked at. And I think there's a real pressure there to keep your looks, and to not age and to stay stunning and attractive and have big boobs and all this kind of stuff. And, we see people like getting boob jobs and, all this kind of surgery and whatever, so that they can stay attractive. And it's really sad that we're in that situation, to be honest. I think it's really sad. I think it's great for people if they want it and they feel better after it. Like, I'm not judging them on that. But I think for the pressure that, like, society puts on people on that, I think it's a real shame. I think that's a real shame. And I do kind of wish that was different, to be honest. I do wish that was different. But, again, another big conversation that we could dig into. Johnny said, cosmetic plastic surgery is one of the worst medical inventions. When it's paired with the looks focused around social media, gorgeous people feel the pressure to Photoshop. Yeah, that's another one, isn't it? I mean, if you're judging yourself by the standard of what's on Instagram and what you see on social media, I mean, you're on a loser, aren't you? I mean, you look online and everyone's just having the best of times. You've got blooming people that have got sports cars, and then you find out they were rented. People flashing off watches that you then find out were fake. Photos that look stunning that you find out are photoshopped. I mean, it has put unnecessary pressure. I don't know if it's so much on adults, but the problem is that it's putting that pressure onto the kids, because they're looking up to that, and then they're coming through trying to emulate that. And we know that there's only a very small percentage of people that really are the wealthy, You've got like 99% of the money is with 1% of the population, like these kind of crazy numbers. And it's like, I don't know if it's the 1% that's flashing it all online, but my guess is it's a lot of fakers. It's a lot of people with rented cars, fake watches, photoshopped pictures, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I sort of look at that and I'm like, there's pressure. And I think when you're getting a bit older, not even that old, but, when you're starting to move even out of your 20s, and you start looking at the people that are coming through, and, you start to worry about keeping up with them. People that are 10 years younger than you and whatever. I mean, I don't give a flip. You can tell that. But I do understand that pressure is out there. I feel sorry for people that feel that pressure. And the sad truth is that pressure might actually exist. You look at wrestling, that pressure might exist. It is a looks-based business when it comes to presentation. It is that there are glass ceilings for those that, are not deemed attractive enough. Where are the moolahs? Well, I don't know if we need moolahs, Charlie. I get, from a looks point of view, I get you, but I'm not sure that her business practices are needed to return. Nathan said, I think the issue is with The Rock as a good guy. People booed when he said he and Cody are friends. If you're a good guy, it makes more money, and the realism of calling Cody his friend isn't kayfabe dead. Hang on. Whoa, you've lost me. The issue is The Rock as a good guy. Okay, so Rock as a good guy is a problem. People booed when he said he and Cody were friends. Well, to be honest with you, I think the reason people booed was because we know The Rock as final boss. And just because he has quietly made friends with people, it's happened away from our eyes, yeah? So in our eyes, as fans, he is still the final boss. He's not a good guy. So he might have come out and said, me and Cody are friends now, but people aren't going to just accept that. We have only seen him once. We saw him when he came out at Bad Bloods and he did that was only, October or whatever. Then, of course, we went to the Netflix premiere and then he acted all weird. And that annoyed people because people sort of took that as him breaking kayfabe. That wasn't the final boss that we had on the Netflix premiere. That was Dwayne Johnson basically not even engaging in being the character. Like, he was there for the Netflix loving, yeah? So that just frustrated people. And then the next time we see him was on Friday, and he comes out and he's like, you won't know this, but me and Cody are friends now. And you can sort of understand the crowd going, okay, boomer. And, like, booing him and, like, yeah, I don't really believe this. I'm not, your final boss. Yeah, that's how I know you, your final boss. So him, like, saying, oh, no, we're all good now. But what was really interesting is he's not, is he? I mean, he is good with Cody, but he's not a good guy because he's saying to Cody, be my champion. Be my champ. I've always wanted a brother. I know you're their champion, but be my champion. In a way, is he not saying, I want to take you away from the people? Is he not saying, I want you to be my champion? I want you to turn heel. I want you to be a bad guy as well. So I think the people are looking at this as like, he might have got close to Cody. He might have pulled the wool over Cody's eyes. Somehow he's said to Cody, look, I'm sorry, let's be friends. Cody's believed him. And now Cody finds himself in a situation where there's a proposition. I mean, could you imagine The Rock after WrestleMania going, listen, I was really impressed with what you did against Roman. I didn't think you would do it. And I tried everything to stop you. But you did really good. And I was really impressed. And I've got a proposition for you. I want you to be my... Could you imagine him doing that exact same thing, but just after WrestleMania? I don't have much doubt Cody would have said no. I don't have much doubt Cody would have turned it down. And Cody wouldn't have had to have thought about it. Because he would have just been fighting with The Rock, and he would have been whipped by The Rock, and Mama Rhodes, and all of that stuff, you know? So Cody, I think, would have turned it down back then. It's hard to believe he's going to accept it even now, even if they are friends, even if their moms have got close. You know, if their moms have got close, it doesn't mean their sons have got to do business together. So even now I struggle to see that he's going to accept it. But I sort of feel like the undertone to it is become heel, join me, you know, authority, corporate champion, all that sort of stuff. So I don't know that he's breaking kayfabe. I think that he is still a heel. I think he's a heel in sheep's clothing that's trying to get Cody onto his side so that then, of course, they can do whatever The Rock wants to do in WWE. Because he'll have the champion in his pocket. In a way, he's got the champion in his pocket anyway, but I think he's looking to make that relationship less fractious, if that's the right word. I think he's looking to make that relationship so that Cody does what The Rock wants and is okay with it, rather than The Rock having to put Cody in situations that Cody doesn't want to be in, or The Rock having to work harder to achieve what needs to be achieved because there's a lot of resistance. I think The Rock is looking at it like, if I've got the champ on my sides, I'm unstoppable. I can do whatever, you know? And so I don't really quite buy into the fact that he's turned face. Alex said, AEW fans, some of these morons on Twitter are embarrassing. AEW supremacy is up with AIR Gold as my most hated fadeaway media close as well, says Alex. Yeah, there's lots of accounts online that I know wind people up. I mean, I'm quite fortunate in that I've got my list, and if someone winds me up, then they're off the list. So I just boot them from the list. But other than that, I've got my list, and I just stick to that. It does mean that I can not see things that are happening or being said, or memes or stuff that are outside of my list. But to be perfectly honest with you, 90% of the stuff that people tag me in is stuff that's in my list. So I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp of kind of what's being said and what the conversation is. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I mean, you can't follow everyone. And I wouldn't even want to, because you could have an account that's just 99% rubbish, and then just once in a blue moon, they might come up with some gold. Like, they might find an amazing bit of footage, or they might find an amazing picture, or they might have an amazing theory. But they're not worth following for that one moment, you know? So that's kind of why people tagging me in bits is always appreciated. But to be perfectly truthful with you, I really don't need the stuff that's in my list, because I've got that covered. So but it's so hard to kind of tell people what I need and what I don't need. I just end up going through everything, you know. Proctor Dill said they're doomed trying to make The Rock a face. He's basically a billionaire, which Americans loathe more so than ever. His movies have jumped the shark. There's an insincerity to his PR personality. He should be heel. Well, I think he is. I think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing with what he said to Cody. And I think when Cody says no, I don't think, if he was a face, when Cody says no, Rock will be like, no problem, don't worry about it, you're still my brother. He ain't going to say that, though, is he? If Cody says no, we're all expecting him to flip his lid. So, a wolf in sheep's clothing at the moment, yeah. I don't think they're going to look to turn him face. It's very hard to make him face as well, with him being on the board. I mean, you don't get too many friendly, approachable, relatable, likable board members, you know? I'm sure there's some out there, yeah? I'm not going to throw them all under the bus, but I completely agree with you. Trying to make him face, I think... I think you could do it because there's a lot of respect for him from wrestling fans, but it doesn't feel like it's the right direction at the moment. Certainly not right now. Pataibi said they're friends in real life. He hated Cody with a passion last year. He was still partly acting heel. Cody is his bestie. He's just changing the story for his own benefit. I actually don't know what happened on January 6th when we did the Netflix premiere. I don't know what... I think, and I could be wrong on this, I have no data to back this up, but I genuinely think that he was aware that that Netflix premiere was a huge deal. It had been promoted for months. It was stacked with Undertaker, Cena coming back. You know, the Netflix executives were there. A lot of money had been spent on this. Like, it was a big deal. And we obviously had projections of what the numbers would be, but we didn't know what the numbers would be. You don't know how many people are going to tune in. You can project it and have a good estimate, but you don't know until you do it. So I think The Rock was in front of not only wrestling fans, but casual fans that were checking it out, tuning in, and checking out what this is all about. You know, is this something I want to get into? Like, it's on Netflix, it's accessible. I've never watched wrestling before, but The Rock's on, Undertaker's on, John Cena's on. Should we give it a go? And so I think it was the real life of what we've just read, where he didn't want to be a heel because there was people watching that weren't normally wrestling fans. And so he had to be nice. And he had to praise people, and he had to be Dwayne Johnson, Papa Tui Man, film guy. You know, I don't want people watching this thinking that this is actually me. I don't want people to get confused. Like, any other week, it'll be all right. Once it settles down, it'll be all right. But this first week, where there's going to be a spike, and people are watching that don't normally watch, that's going to be a problem for me, The Rock, right? And so my feeling is that that's what happens. And then it's obviously left us with a bit of a mess that we need to clean up. But I would imagine the feeling was, we can clean it. It's fine. There will always be ways around it. Hence, the way around it that they've come up with was, what you don't know is that me and Cody have actually been friends for a little while now. And our moms, look, here's a picture of our mom. If you don't believe us, look, there's our moms. We actually got this picture of our moms taken together so that you'll actually believe what I'm telling you. So there's our moms. Yeah, so you've got to believe me now, because our moms don't hate each other. So there's our moms. And he got me a watch as well. And, I showed a picture of that, like the watch that he gave me. Here's the picture. Forget the fact I gave it him back. Forget that. We never actually told you what that was. I don't know if that's ever going to actually pay off now. But, forget that happened. He gave me a watch. And you don't know that, do you? You didn't know that he gave me a watch. But he gave me a watch, and here's the watch, and I treasure it now. It's my favourite item. I treasure it more than my own kids. So, yeah, me and Cody were super close. Everything's amazing. I know you didn't know that. Sorry about not telling you before. But we're basically brothers, but not quite brothers. And I'm going to see if he wants to be my brother. And that's, I think, how we got out of it. But there was other ways as well that we could have got out of it, but I don't know, they just didn't want to go that way. But that's kind of what I think's happened. And then I think it was pretty last minute that he was going to be on SmackDown. And then he took this idea of, right, you remember that me and Cody were cool? Okay, well, let's just lean into that, and we'll see if he'll join me as my kind of corporate champion. And so we'll have a segment with me and Cody. And how about, I'm free on Saturday, so how about we pay it off there? How about he'll give him my answer at Elimination Chamber, which will boost numbers for Elimination Chamber. And I bet Triple H was like, yep, we can do that. We can accommodate that. In Triple H's mind, it sort of answers January 6th. So, okay, good. That was a bit of an issue. Tick, solved. They are friends. And it also is going to get me extra viewers for Elimination Chamber. So lovely, tick, thank you. Yes, I can do that. And it's going to boost my SmackDown numbers. Okay, tick, lovely. Tick, tick, tick. I'm seeing lots of ticks. Just don't do anything silly now, Rock, yeah? Because you've sorted January 6th. You've boosted SmackDown numbers. You're going to boost Elimination Chamber. You're going to make WrestleMania more interesting. Yeah? No? Sounds good. Just don't do anything silly in the segment, yeah? And then he went out there and went, I want your soul. And all the wrestling fans went, what? And I bet Triple H in the back was like, poof, 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 poof. I tell you, one thing, I just asked for one thing. The only thing I needed was for him to not do anything stupid. And he's flipping gone on TV and said, I want your soul in 2025. Like he's the flipping 1991 version of The Undertaker. I would have loved a camera in Gorilla at that point. In my mind, genuinely, and I don't know if this happened, but in my mind, when that line was said of I want your soul, I would imagine Triple H just went, mouth opened, and he just turned to whoever was sat there. right? Road Dogg, Bruce Pritchard, whoever it might be, and they just sort of just stared at each other for a moment. Like, how do we get out of this now? He's dropped us in it on January 6th by being best mates with Cody. He's now come back to fix it, and now he's just gone and said that. Oh my God. I tell you though, it is wildly entertaining having him back around. I mean, Triple H and Creative ain't got a clue what he's going to be saying. So I mean, like, I don't know if the talent know. I don't even know if Cody knew that he was going to be saying that as well. You know, I don't even know if Cody was aware of like every line that was coming in that. One day, that story, this whole thing is going to come out, and I cannot flipping wait. I cannot wait. I don't know if it'll be Bruce Pritchard that will do like a Summit to Wrestle with episodes, but Bruce Pritchard needs protecting, right? We need to wrap him in cotton wool, because I don't see Triple H ever spilling the beans. I don't see Triple H ever doing a podcast or anything like that, right? If he does some sort of interview, I think he'll always keep it business and professional. I don't see Nick Khan ever doing anything like that, right? Just like I don't see Vince ever doing anything like that. He'll do the odd interview, but I don't see him doing anything like that. Bruce Pritchard has got a podcast which is called Something to Wrestle With, where he talks about all the old shows, and it was on the network, right? He was outside of the WWE bubble, but he was basically Vince's right-hand man for many years. As a result of that, Vince was like, do you want to do your podcast on the network? And so came onto the network. There's a few episodes that were on there. Him and Conrad Thompson. And it's a really good podcast series, like very insightful, behind the scenes. We were going to do this, but that fell through. We did this instead. Loads of that stuff. If you love that sort of, why was this match done, not that match? Well, this was the thinking, yeah? It's the closest I think you can get to hearing from Vince, right? He came back in, 2019? Something like that. I think he ended up going back. I don't know if it was because of the podcast going onto the network or whatever, but there was some repairing of the relationship, and he's been back for the past 6 years. You can find pictures of Bruce directing or being a part of the producing of Firefly Funhouse when that first aired in 2019. If you see the behind the scene pictures, Bruce is right there, sat at the monitors overseeing. He can do an episode on Firefly Funhouse, Fiend, what it's like working with Bray, the pandemic, WrestleMania 36, Edge coming back. He can do it all on like Vince, and I don't know that he ever would. He loves Vince. That's his guy. But I don't know if he'd ever like do anything there. But I mean, I'm sure there would be questions and moments. But I mean, all this stuff with The Rock right now, we could get like information on like what did they know, what changed, all that sort of stuff. Finishing the story, Cody coming back, anything since 2019. Bruce will be able to talk about. Like, I would be happy for him to retire and just start doing episodes now, because it would be one of the most fascinating insights, true behind the scenes information. And I hope he's been writing it down as well, because he has been doing his podcast. He's obviously had to step away. Past few years, 6 years or so, it's been very hit and miss if he can do an episode. So, you know, it's just, they were firing him out all the time, and then it really just sort of fell apart. And he'll go back to it, I'm sure, when he like retires. But yeah, God, I can't wait for all these stories to come out about these past like 5-6 years. Pandemic's going to be fascinating. The Bray stuff's going to be fascinating. The end of Vince, the start of Triple H doing the booking, TKO taking over. The past 5 years have been mental. Could you imagine if you went back 5 years and spoke to someone in January or February of 2020? Could you imagine that? Go back 5 years, just 5 years today. Go back 26th or the 25th of February, 5 years today, and say to a wrestling fan, a WWE fan, right, sit down. There's a lot we need to tell you that's going to happen here. You're not going to believe what the next 5 years are going to look like. They are pretty crazy, to be honest. And yeah, he's got all of that information, so it'll come out one day. Vic said Cody's confused face always makes great memes, like when Drew was hugging him. Hannah said, did you see any of the following main events in the future? Grim, Julia, Kenny Omega, Lexis King, Jacob Fatu. I don't think Kenny. I could see him coming to WWE, but would he main event WrestleMania? I suppose he could main event night one. I'd love to see Kenny coming over. I really, really would. Love to see Kenny coming over. I think there is some frustration there as well, but I mean, he is so beat down that I just don't know that you're going to get a great deal out of him. If he's going to be at WrestleMania, it might be like a Sting type moment. I mean, Sting didn't flip in main event WrestleMania, but that was WrestleMania 31. We did only have one day back then. Maybe if we had 2 days, Triple H Sting would have main evented night one. That's kind of disappointing to think about, isn't it? That would be a good video, actually. If every WrestleMania from the past was over 2 days rather than one, what would have main evented night one? Good video. That I'll probably never make, but Kenny maybe night one. I don't know. He's pretty beat up though, isn't he? Julia, well, that's hard to say with the women, isn't it? I mean, I think she's got a very bright future. But the women so far have only main evented WrestleMania twice. Lexis King, don't see. Jacob Fatu, I think there's a very good chance, yeah. Even Michael Cole, wasn't it during the Rumble, actually said when it was Roman and it was Jacob, he was like, this is a WrestleMania main event. You are witnessing a future WrestleMania main event right now. I think that was the line he said when Jacob and Roman were face to face. And honestly, I think that gives you a real insight into how they view Jacob. You know, at the moment, things can drastically change, of course. People can go cold, but at the moment, things are looking good. Big Time Baxter, hello, said Raw did 2.8 million globally again. If you was booking the premiere, would you have done the cold open? Were you tell 5.9 that, hey, this is all scripted and peeling the curtains? No, honestly, I think that conversation was nonsense. That whole kayfabe, heel face. If you are, what's the wording? If you was booking the premiere, would you have done the cold open where you tell 5.9, hey, this is all scripted? No, I don't think it makes any difference. If you're a hardcore fan, you know that. If you're a casual fan, you didn't understand the words. I honestly, I have no idea what that conversation was about. I have no idea what the issue was with that. Sometimes there's things that happen that really leave me confused. And the fact they didn't open to Raw on Netflix, which featured some insider terms like heel, face, and all that sort of stuff, and you could see the typewriter and all that kind of stuff. That to me is, I mean, who in wrestling doesn't know that this is predetermined now? Who that watches on a regular basis doesn't know? And like, are those that are not coming back because of that cold open? Because if you can find anyone in the world that says that they watched the premiere, but they saw that open, and because there was a typewriter and because they used terms like heel and face and kayfabe and all of that, they decided, oh, I thought this was real, I'm not watching anymore. If you can find one person, then I will be happy to say that it had a negative impact. But I just think that the conversation around that is insane. I think it's absolutely insane. All you see online are people using those terms, All you see online are people we've just been talking about heel, face, and it's not because we're like, super insiders, are we? It's not like we're special and like everyone else out there doesn't know, That's all you see online is people having those conversations. So WWE kind of incorporates it into their open. And then you've got a load of wrestling fans that are like moaning why that became a talking point or why that was a thing. And I am not aware of any casual fan that would even understand those terms, that would even understand what was being said. If you're a hardcore fan, you use the words. If you're not, you wouldn't have understood it. That simple. And I have not seen a single person that has said, I've not seen a quote tweet or anything where someone said, I just tuned into the wrestling and I stopped watching because I didn't realize that it was predetermined. I haven't seen a single tweet. I haven't seen that quote tweeted. I haven't seen anything. And yet that's a conversation that I have seen some people having. So let me turn it back on you. Let me ask you. Yeah, you've asked me. I'm going to ask you. Do you think 3 million people have stopped watching because of the cold open that used insider wrestling terms? Do you think over 3 million people have stopped watching as a result of that? You've asked me. I'm going to ask you, and I'll be interested in your answer. Hannah said, Daze, do you see? Oh, we answered that. My favourite male and female wrestler right now is Gunther and Tiffany. Who are your favourites? Harvey, shout out to you. Good picks. I think they're great. I like Sammy. I'm a Sammy stan. I really like Sami Zayn. I'd love for him to be world champion. I really like Trick Williams as well. I love him in NXT. I was actually thinking about this the other day. There's not too many wrestlers that I don't like, actually. I really do like a lot of them. Really don't know of wrestlers that I don't like. So, yeah, no, I really do like a lot of them. I like CM Punk. I think Drew's doing great work. I think Carrion's excellent. I really like Kevin Owens. I really like Sami Zayn. I really love Gunther. Tiffany, I think, is doing a great job, certainly with the amount of time she's been around. So I think I really like Lyra. I think she's done a great job since she came up. Is she my favourite female? No, I would love us to get back to Asuka of old. I think the NXT Asuka was still maybe my favourite ever female in WWE. So I'd like for us to get back to that kind of version of Asuka. I don't think it will happen now. I think Asuka is sort of viewed as someone who's maybe had her time. And I think, unfortunately, with wrestling, new things can come along, and take their place. And so I think that she is maybe a bit of a bit part player now, unfortunately. So, yeah, Asuka I love, but I don't think we'll get back to where she was. Love Julia, love Lyra. I've got time for Tiffany. There's lots, honestly, there really is lots. And in regards to the guys, love Gunther, love Sammy, love Ilya Dragunov when he gets back. Really do enjoy his work. CM Punk's always great on the microphone. There's really, like Logan I'm not a big fan of course. That's, I think, true of a lot of people. Motor City Machine Guns, I wish they'd gone to NXT. I don't know them, so I'm not down on them, but I am down on the way they've been booked. Penta's come in, done a brilliant job. I had concerns there, but he's done brilliant. No, I'm really not down on that many people. Ethan Page has really gone up in my estimation. I think that, again, a lot of it comes down to booking, He came in and, won the title straight away, and I just really felt was, over pushed, and I was like, I just didn't like it. I suppose I wasn't meant to like it because he's a heel, but even so, I didn't like it. But he's still a heel. But the work he's been doing now, where he's been murking people, I've found that a lot more entertaining, and I found that to be like, you know, I'm finding a way in with Ethan Page now. I'm still not like a massive fan or anything, like, but at least like I don't feel the way I did before. I just felt like him getting to the title as quick as what he did, and the way he did as well. Like, normally if someone's going to get to the belt that quick, it's because they're legit. You know, it's Obafemi or something like that. The way he did it, he kind of fell on top of whoever, Trick, or I can't even remember, and won the title, and it was a bit of a fluke. So he got to the belt quickly, but he didn't feel like the champion. And I was just like, I don't even know what this is, because you've moved really quickly with him, but he doesn't feel legit. He doesn't feel credible, but you've given him the belt. Like, I didn't understand. I didn't get why we'd done it, and it sort of like really turned me off him, really. And I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this booking. I don't see what the hype is here. I really don't get this. So that was one that I was struggling with. But the whole murking people, breaking Javon's jaw, and all of that stuff, that's been great. That's been really good. So I would say since he broke Javon's jaw, much better, much better. So I don't know if I need like a current ranking or something. If that might be a fun video to do, like just rank all the current wrestlers, like with how we see them. I don't know. Maybe not. So yeah, good picks though, but. It is big time. Daze, maybe not the fans knowing it's scripted, but more just reminding people. We know it's scripted, but we're trying to capture a new fan. Wouldn't have made that a priority. Well, I think that for me, it's not a problem. For me, you could have done a different open, but I think that these are stories, and they are scripted. A lot of the terms that were used were not terms people would have understood. I think only the visual, the typing on the typewriter and everything, like only that stuff would have made it come across to a casual that it was like scripted, right? But I seriously go back to my other point of I don't think it affected anything. The idea that people watch wrestling and they don't want to be reminded that it's scripted, I completely agree with. But I think doing it at the very start of the show as this is the journey we've been on. This is the history of WWE, you know, and they showed all those amazing moments from the past. And we're going to have more amazing moments in the future. Like, it wasn't a cold open I loved. It wasn't a cold open that I was like... In fact, it was very grand with the way it was projected onto that sheet, and it was big and it was grand, and then it fell away and Triple H was in the ring. When it fell away and Triple H was in the ring, I thought that was cool. It would have been nice if there was like a bit of a surprise there, because I think we all expected it to be Triple H when that fell down. As soon as that fell down, had it have been someone other than Triple H, that actually would have been a surprise. But the fact it was Triple H, I don't know about you, it was like, there he is. Okay, there he is. Like, it wasn't a surprise. I mean, are you ready is what I was expecting. So, like, the reveal of Triple H was visually good with the sheets, but it was not a surprise. The open was not an open that I was in love with. It's not an open that I've got fondness for or that we spoke about. Like, seconds that it was over, we were done. To me, it was an open that did nothing. It really did not really resonate with me at all. So the fact there was any kind of conversation around it was genuinely, and I'm not just saying this, it was genuinely surprising to me. Like, there are things that happen that I just don't understand sometimes with wrestling fans, and that was one to me. I watched it. It didn't have an impact on me. It didn't remind me I was watching a scripted show. It didn't alter the way I viewed the content that followed. It literally did nothing. I might have felt a little nostalgia for seeing those clips, but I think actually they could have put something together that was better. The one thing I will say about it, though, is the one bit I did like and that did stick with me was the painting. You know, they were painting on the canvas. And so they were painting on the canvas, and then you get that reveal, that collage that had been painted onto the ring. That was excellent. That bit was good. But the bit with the typewriter, that bit just had no impact on me. The rest of it was just footage, which you would imagine, you would expect. And the painting at the end was really, really good. Really good. And that was the like little thread that was weaved through. But to me, like, it was just... It was nothing. It did nothing for me. It didn't offend me. It didn't invigorate me. I was impressed with the painting part, but that was it. So I certainly cannot make any argument that there is any decrease as a result of something which did not have any factor in my mind. People have spoken about how The Rock... I mean, that, I think, was a bigger problem. The Rock coming out being himself and not being final boss. That was a bigger problem. Actually having characters on screen that are out of character. There's your conversation. Or having The Undertaker come down and do something so meaningless. To just ride around the ring, pull up next to Rhea, put his arm in the air. I mean, it's a nice moment and image for Rhea. But if you've got The Undertaker, you could do something so much more, but we didn't. So, you know, those to me were like the takeaways. I mean, I think you've got to get really into the weeds. I think you've got to get really into the detail if the Open had some sort of effect on, you know, how you viewed the show. You know, it really, once it was done for me. Sam said, do we think if Cody turns heel, he'll get a new theme? And would he need a new theme? Yeah, he would need a new theme. You'd have to take away the woe from the fans. The fans don't need the woe if he's a heel. Right, let's see what Shawn Michaels has got to say.
All right, boys and girls, here we are in Cincinnati, Ohio. Once again, NXT on the road. Big, exciting tonight on CW, 8 o'clock, and you never know what's going to happen on NXT. Because I got news for you. You never know who's going to show up. The Hardys, they are in town right here in Cincinnati.
NXT is going to get extreme. Hey, what's on the menu, Chef?
I got news for you. A lot of things going on, Jeff. Why don't you tell them about it?
Yes, sir. It's a Hardy party at NXT.
Get ready. NXT coming at you, 8 o'clock. CW, look out. All right, boys and girls, here we are in Cincinnati.
It's pretty fun, isn't it? So we are in Cincinnati tonight. And that's pretty fun to see the Hardys with Shawn. So, yeah, tonight, as we said, it's going to be a pretty special night tonight. Right, let's get rid of that. Let's get back to the chat. I want to try and get through I'm going to try and blast through. We've got about half an hour to go, so I want to just go bang, bang, bang. Sam said, do we think if Cody turns heel, he gets a new theme? And would he need a new theme? I think he does. I think he will. X Mulder said, wrestling is performance art. They're actors and actresses that happen to be very athletic. That is true. I do get where Big Time's coming from in regards of, do you want to be reminded about that? And actually, it reminds me of The Rock being out of character, and I found that frustrating. So actually, I get Big Time's point. I don't want to see people in a ring out of character unless there is something very real that they need to talk about. For example, Roman talking about leukemia. If he was a big heel and he was having to leave wrestling and he was going to come out and he'd be getting booed, whatever, and he gets in the ring and he goes, I've got something to speak to you guys about. My name is Roman Reigns, but my name is also Joe Anoa'i. And what I want to talk to you about is something very real. Like, if you want to break character in that moment because you've got a very serious conversation to have, no one's going to argue with that. No one's going to have a problem with that. But if you're The Rock coming out at like this Netflix launch, when we've got other people that could have done that, and you're not prepared to be in that sort of final boss character, seemingly because you don't want to hurt your brand, that is, well, I would say an issue, but I would say at the very least a talking point, yeah? So that I think there is a line where they are actresses, they are actors and actresses, but do you want to be sitting down and watching Breaking Bad and have Bryan Cranston talking to you at some point? You probably don't, do you? You probably want to keep it like Heisenberg and Walter White, and you probably want to keep it to the character on the show. So I think that for me is my line, but some part of a cold open, no, didn't affect me in the slightest. To the point where I genuinely didn't even register that some people would have a problem with it. Daze, have you ever considered making fantasy booking videos? It's my personal favorite form of wrestling content. I would love your opinion on The Rock's Want Your Soul story, says Kieran. I have, but it's actually a form that I'm not keen on. I think the reason why I'm not keen on it is because it is a bit pointless. Like, we do a lot of that conversation here. I think we box it off here. People going, what would we do with this? What would you do with that? And I think we talk about a lot of that here. But those videos, to me, I'm sure they would get views and I'm sure people would engage with them. But at the end of the day, you can share your opinion as to what you would do, but it's not going to influence what actually happens. So for me, I feel like I'm wasting my time watching it, in the sense of, I remember on What Culture, Adam Blompier used to do those, right? Quite big. I mean, this is how I would have booked the end of the streak. This is how I would have booked this. This is how I would have booked that. And I saw a couple of them, and they were fine, but I don't know. I mean, like, his opinion is his opinion. I'm not going to necessarily agree with it, just like many of you won't agree with mine, and that is absolutely fine. So sometimes I'd watch him and be like, no, I wouldn't have done that. And then equally, I think to myself, well, it didn't go that way anyway. What have I just got from that video? For me, I'm much more into unseen or rumored that could actually come through, or did you see that this had happened in the background, like Karrion Kross was behind AJ Styles? Have you seen this old footage that we've not seen? Did you see what Chelsea put out there? Like, these are things that are happening that we can talk about, that are little entertainment in their own right. You know, like Top's Rip Night, people finding different cards or making little comments about some of the other wrestlers. Like, that to me is something which is fleshing out the WWE world that we watch. Whereas me sitting down fantasy booking something which likely is not going to go that way anyway, that just makes me think, am I wasting my time? Am I wasting your time? And if people do want that, I think we do a little bit of it in these kind of 2 hours before the streams anyway, you know? So what I would say is that maybe I need to get a bit better at recording some of these answers, some of these conversations, and putting them over onto the Clips channel, so that if people have a question like you just said, I'd love to know how you would book this, this, and this, they can ask it, we can answer it, we can clip it, we can have it over there. So in a way, we would still be doing it, but I'm not necessarily going out of my way to do it, if that makes sense. I think blocking is sometimes random, says Dr. Luchalala. I don't ever block anyone. I would urge that the mods don't as well, to be honest, because there is a real problem with blocking on YouTube. If you block someone, if you block an account, I can't undo it. There have been at least 10 different occasions where someone's been blocked. They've got in touch with me saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do whatever they did, or I didn't mean to say I was frustrated, or I'm having a bad day, or I don't understand what, I don't think they meant to block me, or, you know, someone's been blocked for some reason, they'll get in touch. And I think only a couple of times their name has actually been in the block list. So there's many times where people get blocked and I will go to the list, which actually is not that big, because I got so fed up last year with people getting in touch with me, because I think I had about 4 in a month, that I just unblocked everyone, actually. I didn't say anything, I just unblocked everyone, because I thought a lot of these people probably are not even around anymore, because the list was huge and it had been built up over 7 years. So I just unblocked a load of people last year. And that list has kind of obviously grown a little bit. It's still only about 30 odd names now. It's about 30 odd names now. But every time someone's like, I've been blocked, can you check? I look at the list, I've got 30 names and they ain't there. So I think there's a real problem with YouTube. I think there's a real glitch with YouTube where people just seem to fall into some void that I can't get them out of. So, yeah, I think timeouts are probably the right way forwards. Because you can time people out for 24 hours. Hopefully they'd go away and think about it. And blocking, I might not be able to undo it, honestly. Of course, there's going to be a point if someone's coming in and they're being racist. They're just spouting like... There's a line where it's like, yeah, you can't really come back from that, right? To be honest, if someone's going to get blocked because they're coming in and being like racist or, I would say sexist, but I don't know if we get too much of that. But, anything like that, I think, yeah, one strike, I'm really not bothered, to be honest. But sometimes it's just an argument and it's a differing of opinions and people are just having bad days and, stuff like that. So I think blocking, timing out is probably my favoured approach. Blocking, I can't undo it all the time. Those people just get lost. But some people deserve to get lost. Adam said, whatever Carmella says about WWE could impact Corey Graves, given that it seems he's on rocky terms with the company, says Adam. Do you know, I feel really sorry for him. I feel sorry for her. I do worry that she is going to drop him in it a little bit. But not only that, I worry she's going to say something that means she's not going to be able to get back herself. I mean, that door is never closed. So if she is going to throw the company under the bus, if she is going to go in and go, I was pregnant, I've fallen ill, this is a disgrace, they can't treat people this way, all that sort of stuff. I mean, I don't know what she's going to say. It's going to be very interesting this weekend. But I don't know, if you want to go back, if you want to stand a chance of going back, unless she doesn't and she's just done and she's going to use this now as a way of just being like, right, I'm out. Maybe she feels that way. But yeah, I like Carmella. I think like when she was with James Ellsworth, that was probably the peak for me. And, she won Money in the Bank. And I felt like there was something you could do there. I saw a purpose to her. And I thought she was fine. I don't think she was anything like necessarily exceptional. It's hard to kind of stand out against the other women because there's so many athletic women. You've got former gymnasts and, you've got really strong girls. I mean, you've got Rhea Ripley killing it. You've got, like, Sol Ruka being so innovative. You've got this Julia, great in-ring talent, same as Stephanie. Bianca with her connection to the fans, EST. It's very hard for a Carmella to, coexist. Find her niche. So I think it was difficult. I could sort of understand WWE looking at it thinking, I think that character, not her, but the character has run its course. And I can understand them sort of parting ways, but real sucky time to do it. Like, I can't say that was cool. And I don't know, I just think it'd be a real shame if she burns bridges and then is not able to go back, So I'm a little, not worried, but like, I hope it's nothing too bad. I mean, I hope it's nothing too bad because I hope that she can look back on her time with fondness and I hope that door doesn't get slammed shut. So yeah, we'll see. It's going to be very interesting this weekend. Wrestling Daze, Brian Keane, Monday Night Raw, NXT Tuesday and Friday Night SmackDown. Brian, shout out to you, my friend. Alex said, I've got a question. How many beanies do you have? I reckon I've got about 5. I do tend to wear the same ones again and again and again, though. I mean, I don't wear it throughout the day. So what I'll do is I'll get up, I'll, have a shower, brush my teeth and all of that. But my hair's actually not that long at the moment. I told you how it started. I used to go to work. My hair was quite long and I would actually have it. You can find pictures of me without the hat on, right? On Google easily. And what I would do is I would have my hair kind of back. It would go like back. So I used to have to put a lot of product in it every day. So I would do that. I would go to work. And of course, during a full day at work, you'd come back, your hair's not looking on point. Yeah. And so it was just so easy for me to go, right, I ain't doing that again. I'm just going to put the hat on. So that's why, I started to do the hat, because I'd been at work all day and then I'd just put the hat on. And then, on your days off, I easily could have done my hair and everything. But to be honest with you, on my days off, I was so excited for getting out there, doing a toy hunt or filming the video I'd been thinking about for a few days. I didn't want to have to get up and sort my hair and do all of. I wanted to just get on with things. So it really became about convenience. People think it's some sort of fashion statement or that I've always wore beanies. No, I actually did not wear beanies until I started the channel. And the reason I wore them was literally because of my hair, and I just wanted to get on with stuff. And so that's it. But the thing is, now my hair's actually quite short. But if I was to do a stream without wearing the beanie now, people would be like, where's your beanie? Where's your beanie? And then I'd have to fight through that in the chat. So it's just got to the point where it's literally always just here. I put it on before I record. As soon as I finish recording, I take it off. I've got another one that's just over here that I wear sometimes. So around me, I've got two. I think there's another on the chair. I've probably got another couple upstairs. But it is really out of, I don't know if you could call it laziness. It could be laziness. But it's out of convenience. Let's put it that way. Do we see AJ winning a world title before he retires, says Sam. How would you book it? I do think that there's a chance for AJ to win a world title. I would like to gauge actually where the audience is with AJ. I mean, AJ has been face, he's been heel, he's been in a group, he's been out of a group. I think I would like to gauge where the audience is. If the audience are really into him right now, then I would keep him face. If there's a little bit of it's not a big reaction, then I might look to turn him heel, because I think AJ can actually do both. And he can do both quite well. And I don't really have a preference as to whether he should be face or heel. I think he would go after the world title. I wouldn't have him going after the WWE Championship, but I'd put him in the mix with the World Championship. I think him operating on his own probably makes him face. If he was to have a little faction, then he could obviously be more heelish. So yeah, I'd have to get a gauge as to where the audience are with him, because he's been away for a while and he's been cold for so long. I sort of feel like when he first came in 2016, he was coming in from New Japan, he was coming in from the Bullet Club, he was red hot and people were crazy for him. And really, as the years have gone by, we all know that AJ's a great wrestler, and we know he's had matches with John Cena that banged, and he had that great match with Cody last year. But I mean, this is a guy that was in a tag team with Omos for a long time. This is a guy that was in the OC, then the OC did flipping nothing. This is a guy that's not been a world champion for God knows how long at this point. I mean, I feel like he is sort of in that Finn Balor bracket, only even worse, because Finn Balor's been on TV very consistently, whereas AJ Styles has not. So I actually think booking him to a world title would be a little bit tricky, because he's very, very cold. He's very, very cold. He doesn't have much in the way of momentum. And so I think you're going to have to really build him up, really put him in some situations, and kind of just take it from there. So yeah, I'm booking him, I think, would be really difficult, because I can't sit here and say if he'd be face or heel, because I would want to know kind of, do you do a retirement tour? He was making noises of calling it quits. So, but then you don't want to do anything too similar to John Cena, do you? You don't want it to be a John Cena retirement tour ripoff. I think he definitely goes into 2026. You can't have him calling it quits this year with John Cena doing that. So I think he definitely gets into next year, but he was making noises of going away. So whatever you do with him, I don't think is going to be too long term. I think you're really going to build. You might have till the end of 2026. So with less than 2 years to go, I think, yes, it'd be good to get him to that World Heavyweight Championship. Whether you do it as a face or as a heel is really going to depend on how the people react to him. If he does it as a face, I'd keep him on his own. If he does it as a heel, I'd probably give him some young talent that could, attack and, he could boss around, get him into, like, a good position, and then maybe take it from there. Days regarding women needing to go through surgery, it has beauty purposes, but then there's people that treat it like a drug, and they just abuse it on their face once they old. They look worse for it. Of course. But where it stems from is them wanting to keep up with the looks of everyone. There's a pressure that's on them to look good. And so the thing is that the more that you tamper, I feel like the more you feel you need to tamper. You might actually do a little something and you might be so shocked by the results of how good they look that you might just want that little bit more. The thing is, it can be a sickness. I'm not saying everyone that gets it, it's a sickness. Some people, they might just feel like they've got this one issue, their nose, the shape of their nose might have always troubled them. So they get that fixed and that might be them done. Same with boob jobs. I used to go out with a girl that didn't have large boobs, and it was a real issue for her. She always said that that was a problem, that one day if she had enough money she would definitely get a boob job. And she wasn't saying that because she was trying to show off to the world or anything like that. She was saying it because I think it was something she was genuinely a bit conscious about, and it was something that really hurt her confidence. And I really do sympathize. I really, really do. I think the conversations I had with her really opened my eyes to the pressure, and it can be a sickness, but then you can't blame people for having a sickness, can you? So I really hate it. I hate the fact people feel that they need to do that. But then, as I said, if there's someone that's doesn't like the shape of their nose and they get that fixed and then they're thrilled, or there's someone that wants a boob job, they have a boob job and they're thrilled, well, that's great. I mean, that's where it comes good, I think. That's where there's a real, positive. But the problem is that if you do something and it doesn't quite go the way you wanted, then you probably feel even more pressure to do something else to get it fixed. Or maybe you do something and it works, and then you're like, well, that's been brilliant for the nose. Could I do something with this now? And then you do something there and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, right? I mean, the celebrities in the UK that had work done, and they know that it went wrong. But, I mean, they didn't expect it to go wrong. They didn't want it to go wrong. But now they're in a situation where there now needs to be, multiple other surgeries to fix the work that was done when they just wanted a little something. I mean, it's just awful. It can be a really, really slippery slope. A really slippery slope. Sometimes it can come good if you have a little something done and your confidence goes through the roof. That's where it's great. But there are probably more examples where it just keeps getting done and it's diminishing returns, and then you're kind of chasing your tail a little bit, like you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that, and I just think it's really sad. There's nothing more I can say, really. I just think it's really sad, and I wish that pressure wasn't there. It's the pressure, isn't it? It's the pressure that society put on these people. That's why they end up doing it. Days, what do we think about Braun Breaker doing Mania? Do we think he faces AJ one-on-one? Could we involve Logan? I really love, Adam, the ladder match idea. There's people out there saying, how about we do AJ, we do Penta, we do Braun Breaker, we do Pete Dunne, we do Ludwig Kaiser. We put them all in a ladder match. And you could do Logan in it as well. I mean, I'll take Logan in a ladder match. That way I don't need to watch a singles match for him. With Logan's in it, Logan's going to have a moment, isn't he? Yeah, we need a moment to go viral. So he's going to have his moment. So, yeah, I mean, I would do that. Genuinely, I think there's a lot of talent around that mid-cards. I think you're going to get your Braun Breaker spear moments. You're going to get your Braun Breaker Penta in the ring staring at each other moments. you know, there's quite a few moving parts. I think I'd take that over a singles match. So I've seen quite a few people talking about that as an idea, and yeah, I'm definitely down for it. I think it could be really good. James said, did we see the response for a representative saying there was no truth to the Vince and Fox rumors? I did, yes. That came from a weird source, but a source that I thought was pretty good. It was. Did I put it in the WWE folder? It was from The Athletic, who I know more for football. So if Vince is going to launch a new wrestling company, which I did say in that video, I had not heard that he was, but apparently Eric Bischoff has heard somewhere. So if Vince is launching a new wrestling company, Fox is apparently not involved. That come in from Andrew Marchand. No idea who that is, but he works for The Athletic, who in football terms are very good. That I believe them to be a very, very good, reliable source when it comes to soccer. But I don't know, obviously, about wrestling, but they've got a name when it comes to different sports. Daze, do we think all the titles be defended at Mania? No, I don't. I think you need something for go-home shows and the shows after, yeah. So take a 1990, shout out to you. Brony said Braun, Penta, AJ, Sheamus, Ludwig, Logan would be pretty good. I think, it's the story that's out there, isn't it? William said NXT is starting. I've got it, buds. I've got it. I miss the WrestleMania ladder matches, says Dudley. They were good. I think that... I think that the Money in the Bank matches really provided some excitement, but I think that they are worthy of their own premium live event. So I know there's some people that would put them back, but I'm okay with them not being on WrestleMania. But it doesn't mean that we can't still do a ladder match, of course. And we've done ladder matches before. So, yeah, I don't know why we don't... do one around that. I know some people might want Braun in there just smashing someone, but he can still do that in a ladder match. Where can I watch NXT for free besides C-Dub, said Gabe? You could try Watch Wrestling. Website, Watch Wrestling. Days, to be fair, I am 5'1". I would go to America as there is legit an operation that can get you inches in height, and I would take it. Yeah. I could understand that offer. That is, everyone's got hang-ups about, like, different things. And it's a shame that people feel that way because, like, you know, tall people, small people, large people, like, everyone comes in different shapes and sizes. It's just a real shame that, like, people feel a pressure to kind of become something different, you know? But up alert, shout out to you, buds. Certainly not alone in that. We see a lot of people taking different surgeries to fix different things. Right, here we go. We are going to start with... We've got a red light. This is going to be Stephanie. Yeah, this looks like Stephanie's going to open the show. So she is going to defend this championship then. Stephanie making her way down to the ring. I can't even remember who she's facing, you know. Is it Kalani? It's Kalani in my mind. The Hardys are going to walk in, and that's got to put a smile on my face. Oh, Carmen. In my mind, it was Kalani. I was close. Okay, yeah, I can't see her winning. Shanti making his way down to the ring with Carmen. I do love the fact that we keep going to different locations so often. That's great. So, yeah, we had the Hardys making their way into the building. We saw them earlier with Sean. This is the best show of the week, hands down. And we've got Stephanie in there with... Wow, that's weird. It's not often that you see the top part, people standing. This is like a music venue sort of vibe. You know, if you go and see a band, yeah, it is, isn't it? Very much. I think that is a proper stage. So, yeah, this looks like a music venue with people standing on the balcony area and people kind of sat on a stage. Goes down. In control. Stephanie in control right now. We are in Cincinnati. And we do have a walkway that comes off that stage. And it's one of those platforms, again, that goes straight to the ring. Very like WCW. Or old school WCW. There's a roll up there by Carmen. Flipping over. Nice. It's not the kind of thing you get from WWE where that walkway goes straight to the ring. Does anyone have any sites for live streaming, said Mark? You could try watch wrestling. The one guy in the front row has got some insane Jeff Hardy paint. Yeah, by the stage. Yeah, that's a good spot, that is. Shoulder tackle, down goes Carmen. The stadium structure is so much better. This stadium structure says, get words. Lovely counter there by Stephanie, but reversed by Carmen. Kick to the midsection there by Carmen. Stephanie goes against the ropes. Carmen against the ropes. Round the back, looking for a crucifix. Pin gets her down. Kick out by Stephanie. Right now she's trying to pull back on the arms. So, Stephanie, yeah, that's good. That is nice holds. But a lovely reversal there by Stephanie. Going for the pin on Carmen. Carmen pinning Stephanie's legs down. Pulling back, picking her up. Yeah, she gets out of that quite good. Carmen charging over, collides into... look at the sell there by Stephanie. Carmen collided into her. Stephanie was like... Shoulder up. These little... I find it just a little bit off with these little intricate roll-ups in the early stages. We were talking about that before. Like, I appreciate that there are some matches where that may get you a win, but it's likely very, very rare. So to go in there in a championship match and do these roll-ups and then you reverse them, like, I feel like with modern wrestling, they go to pins way too soon. There's no drama there. There's no one's on the edge of their seat thinking this is going to be the end of this match. So I really don't know. I'd love to see a rule, unwritten rule, where like first like 3-4 minutes of a match you're not allowed to go for a pin. Because there's absolutely no point to it. You haven't actually put the work in to put this person away. And then maybe someone could and they get the pin and then that would be quite a shock. But, like, yeah, I just find with these matches, they go for the pin so early and I don't really understand why. Face first, in the corner. The next pick is better. Stephanie against Julia is going to feed families, said James, when it happens. Crowd, a little bit silent, said Johnny. They are very silent at the moment, yes. Against the ropes, through the ropes, collides into Stephanie. Stephanie goes down. They claim the kick out from the pin is draining energy. That's a load of nonsense. Do they claim that? I don't know if I've ever heard that, to be honest, Frank, that it's draining energy to kick out of a count. No, for me, I just wouldn't do it. I'm certainly not buying that. I would have them wear each other down, throw in some big shots, clotheslines, big power moves. Into the corner. The commentators have said that they're using energy to kick out. That is the commentators trying to cover for it, because that's... Are you buying that? Because I'm not buying that. That they're trying to wear down their opponent's energy by making them kick out. These are highly trained wrestlers that can wrestle for like 30-odd minutes in main events and whatever. And you're telling me that we're draining their energy by going for some early kickouts. Charging over, clothesline. Again, shoulder up. Porky said, there's so much cake in this match. Stephen says, how you doing? I am... I'm doing well. They could make them the Bonnie and Clyde of NXT, said the Six Horror Kingman. Over the other side, knee to the midsection. Stephanie, again, boom, knee to the midsection, roll up 1, 2. Round the back, we're seeing Stephanie trying to get Carmen down. Crossbody, roll through, 1, just a 1 count there. Forearm strike coming in by Carmen. She's fully mounted, Stephanie, and she's raining some shots down. Crowds are booing. I agree with Johnny. The crowd have been a little bit quiet for this one. Again, headlock applied. I don't think this was the right opener, to be honest. I don't think this was the right opener. This one is a little more mat-based, and it's a little more intricate. And normally with a card, you would probably open with like a fast-paced sort of tag match or something. I wonder if like the options they have, they just didn't have like too many they could have gone with. Drop kick there by Stephanie. Aubrey said, I believe one of the real reasons that NXT is superior right now is because it's still 2 hours compared to 2.5 or 3 hours. Commercial drags Raw and SmackDown have been, said Aubrey. I don't like their headlocks. It's a lazy move, said Dr. Lucha Lala. It's normally a old school way of getting your breath back, isn't it? Normally, if you've been, like, you know, doing some work, you can slap on a headlock, get your breath back, and... Here's that, I still don't know the name of this thing, where she smashes her head into the ring mat. Carmen over in the corner. Stephanie Chance. She charges over. Double knees. Goes into Carmen. Looking to chuck Carmen across the ring. Comes over. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Carmen. Daze, do you see Dion and the new group posted? No. What have they said? Are they around? Are they going to make their presence felt tonight? Stephanie goes, I don't think I'm following them yet at the moment. You know, I don't think I've added them to my list yet. Carmen coming over. Over, heads his takedown. Down goes Stephanie. Carmen looking to come in with a kick. That was nice. 1, 2, and kick out there by Stephanie. Ashanti on the outsides. Let's go Stephanie, I believe, is the chant. That was a lovely kick there by Carmen. Inside cradle by Stephanie. Carmen manages to kick out. Kick coming in. Duck underneath there by Stephanie. Into a DDT. Carmen sort of no-sold it, to be honest. She just got back up onto her feet. She's a little bit dazed right now. Eat the feet. Lovely kick there by Stephanie as Carmen goes over against the ropes, grabs her by the hair, drags her over to the other side. Carmen against the ropes. Stephanie, 619. Connects. Now, are we going to springboard? We are, but she goes straight into a super kick. 1, 2, shoulder up. So a springboard there by Stephanie, but she went straight into a super kick, got caught mid-air, but just a 2 count on that one. Bang. That's all right. This is okay. Starting to heat up a little bit now. Little NXT champ breaking out momentarily. Not a bad match, but I don't think anyone thinks Steph's losing, said Brony. Headbutt again there by Stephanie. Forearm strike coming in. Headbutts by Stephanie. Carmen, nice kick to the midsection, but it's caught. Nice. Coming back there by Carmen. Stephanie over against the ropes. No, reversed. Carmen up, kick coming in, leg is grabbed. She grabs both legs. Dragon screw. Carmen goes down. Stephanie coming over, grabbing her. This might be the beginning of the end. Picks her up. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. Stephanie wins. And I'm not sure. We might have gone into second gear, but I don't think we really went much further than second gear. But Stephanie has retained. And what is going to be next for Stephanie? There's a chance that Jordan might be around because... Oh. Julia is coming out. Is this what's next? She's coming out and she's got a microphone. Let's see what she's got to say. She's making her way down to the ring. She's got like a smile on her face. Stephanie in there. She's got a little smirk on her face as well. These two, we know they're good friends. Little nod there by Julia. Let's see what Julia has got to say. Congrats. Congrats, Stephanie. Congrats, Stephanie. She's got a sparkly suit on. You say you're the best champion, but you're not. I am. See what Steph's going to say. La Premiera means champion of champions. Okay. Why don't we find out? Why don't we find out who the best woman is? Let's do that. I agree with that. Let's do that. We are friends. Title. Title for title. Champion versus champion, but when? When? When are you going to do it? We are friends, but champion versus champion, title versus title. But they never gave us a date. They never gave us a date. God, that's pretty fun, isn't it? We've got Ariana Grace. We've got Lola Vice. It's this generation's Hogan Warrior, said Wrestle with Andy. Do you prefer classic technical matches like Gunther or high-flying spot matches like Ricochet? I think there's room for both, Lisa. But I think both can also be poor as well. I'll see you tonight, meeting over. So have we got Ariana Grace actually competing? Here's Lexis. He bumps into Oba. So, coming up next, we've got Moose against Lexis King, and Lexis King is under the opinion that he's going to win this, and then he'll go on to face Oba Femi. Stephanie and Julia is a good match. Lola ain't a showgirl. Are they getting rid of that North American title if it's title versus title? I don't know that they'd be getting rid of it. I mean, I'd imagine it would just be that they would just both go on the same person. I mean, with how stacked that women's division is, I don't know why you would want to remove it and just have the one women's. We don't even have women's tag titles, so yeah, not what I would do. I don't think they're doing that. Do you know Jay is the first half of a tag team that wins a Rumble? Who were your different picks to win, said R.I.P. Tom Fan. Who were my different picks to win? Who was I rooting for? I mean, I always root for Sammy. So I was rooting for Sammy, but I knew that Sammy wouldn't win. So I think I was all right with like John Cena doing it. When it came down to Jay and John Cena, I was rooting for John. I have nothing against Jay, but I was rooting for John. And yeah, honestly, I don't mind Jay winning it. I know there was some people out there that did, but I get it. I think Jay's a bigger star than some people give him like credit for. But I also think that Jay is a little bit limited when it comes to the in-ring side of things. Like, people want to be, they're entertained by his presentation, yeeting, hand gesture, all of that. And that's great. But for some people out there, they want to go, okay, yeah, I've seen that now. Entertain me when the bell rings. And that seems to be a part of it that he can, like, struggle with a little bit. So for some people, they're like, yeah, nah, that's not my guy. But for me, I get it. I mean, I get how big of a star he is. I mean, he's so over. He's got an aura to him. It feels big when he comes through the crowd. Everyone's yeeting. Visuals are amazing. I get it. I think he's like second or third biggest babyface in the company at the moment. So I get it. But it should have been Sammy. It should have been Sammy. Daze, thick thighs save lives, says A. Jobson. Let's go. Right, we are at commercial break. When we go back, it is going to be Lexis King against Moose. From a marketing point, WWE would be crazy to not capitalize on Jay. But Gunther's my favorite, says Pooter. Jay is bringing boatloads of cash. Daze, you would look better with a propeller cap that whirls every time the Wyatt Six or there's an attractive woman. I agree. I think I would look better with that as well. And I am not going to rule out that ever happening. Daze, I'm freaking so happy that Jay won the Rumble, said Christopher. He will be the next WWE champion. It's much deserved, says Christopher. If you think of the time that he's put into WWE and you think of the work that he's put in, I mean, it's hard to argue that he's not paid his dues. Whether he should be getting the success and the push he's getting as a singles wrestler right now, I don't know, but there probably is an argument that they looked at Jay and they looked at the response to Jay and they saw someone that they could make a top, like, single star. And so they've pulled that trigger and it has worked. You know, I'm certainly not saying that they saw the next Roman there, but I think they saw someone that they could make a top star out of. And they've gone with it and flipping out. I mean, it has worked. Numbers-wise, the amount of kids that are into him and the amount of people that join in at the live events, and you do see the pushback online, of course you do, but yeah, it's I get why they had him win the Rumble. I get it. Okay, this group, you don't know where we're going to show up or what we're going to do, but one thing is for sure, no one is safe. No one is safe. So that's from that new group, and we are moving on to our next match. And it's going to be Lexis King. He's going to be in action. Taking on Moose. Lexis King coming out, and I really don't like it when his beard is like jet black. I don't mind him having the sort of crazy shapes, but I've said before, I much prefer it when it looks a more natural sort of like hair colour. Like what I'm seeing at the moment looks fine. I don't even mind like the crazy shapes, but it's when it's dyed jet black that it just looks really like, it looks like it's drawn on with a Sharpie. Okay, here comes Moose then. Some of us don't really know what to expect here. I saw him at Genesis. Okay, so he's making his way down. He's got a TNA logo kind of over his shoulder. Is this new? Is this entrance gear new? I don't know. No bread, no water, just meat. Just meat. So, X Division Championship on the line. Okay. I'm wondering if you received my email for the Wrestling Escape Pods. It's my Funko Pops that I wanted to show the community. I'm not very good at keeping up with my emails, but I can just have a quick look now. Yes, that did come through, but... Okay, Lexis King getting a big cheer. NXT Cup Champion. Okay, so Lexis King getting his intro. Will be underway with match number 2 very soon. He's getting not a bad reaction there, you know. Moose needs to pull out his pee-pee and toss it over his shoulder, says William Hensey. Does he? Does he need to do that? Do we think Fraxium will be the GOATs? I want Fraxium. I want Frazier with Rollins. I don't think Fraxium will be the GOATs because I don't know how much longer they're going to keep going for, and it's hard to be the GOATs when you're in developmental. It is a kind of third brand, but not really. I think you need to be doing this on the main roster. You know, world championships. The NXT tag titles are not classed as world championships. I think they are... it's hard to say they're the best team right now, but they're certainly the best team in WWE, and I wouldn't be shocked if someone was to tell me there was a better team in New Japan, but I don't know. I saw all those year-end awards, and Fraxium were right up there. Winning a lot of them, actually, so... Yeah, I think they're arguably the best around right now. Greatest of all time? Long way off. But let's see when they get to the main roster. I don't even know if they'll get to the main roster as a team, to be honest. Chops coming in there by Moose. Moose grabbing Lexis King and throwing him across the ring. Dutch Luchalala said, there's no way that Moose loses tonight. Can we take a moment to acknowledge how insane it is that another company's title is being defended in WWE? Yep. Another kick coming in there by Moose. I'm happy that Moose is in a WWE ring, says Nathan. Daze, what is about Sammy that you consider him your favourite, said Lisa. That's a good question, Lisa. I really find... I think I relate to him, to be honest. I think a lot of people's favourites are because they can relate to them. I feel like if you look at how big everyone is, like a Roman or a Drew or a Brock, you know, Sammy doesn't have that size. He's not the shortest guy, but he's not Brock Lesnar and he's not Roman Reigns. And so you look at him and he's like, you could sort of imagine him sort of not being a wrestler in a way. But the thing is that when he wrestles, he's really good. He's a really good wrestler. Nice drop kick to the outside. So Lexis spills to the outside roadblock in just 2 weeks' time. So, yeah, I sort of think that you can look at him and, like, yeah, I sort of relate to him. I can see a bit of myself there. Like, he ain't the tallest. He ain't the strongest. But I love that when the bell goes, like, he's such a good seller. Like, if he's getting smashed around, you can really feel, like, that he's feeling it. But it's that digging deep, isn't it? It's that not giving up. It's that, you know, he'll lose some matches, but we've seen times where he's been right up against it and he digs deep and he shows great heart. And it's just, I don't know, it's Wrestling 101, really. Like, he's the underdog that's never going to be the guy. He's never going to be Roman. He's never going to be, like, this multiple-time world champion main event in WrestleMania. I think for me, the thing with Sammy is, can he get to a world title? Can he finish his story? Can he get to a world title? And you look at how much he gives and provides and, you know, the value that he brought to the bloodline and how much better the bloodline became when he was a part of the story. Lovely shot there by Lexis. Moose went down. And I just think, like, it'd be brilliant for him to get to a world title, so... I just really, I suppose, relate to him. I relate, like, he works hard. I like that. He's paid his dues. He hasn't cut no corners. Boom. Comes down, gets caught. I mean, God only knows how long his career has been at this stage. But, I mean, he's been on the indies. He's come through NXT. He's already been on the main roster, 10 years? I mean, you can say that he's not the biggest of guys, whatever, but... he is absolutely making the most of what he's got. And I really respect that. You can't do much with the hand that you're dealt, can you? We'd all love to be Brock Lesnar size. But he's really, you know, put the work in. He's a great wrestler, very passionate, excellent seller, good talker. Kicks coming in, and he's managed to get to the dance as well, main roster. Not everyone makes it that far. Up over the top. Big back body drop. Lexis King goes onto that platform. All of this during commercial break as well. Normally with these matches, we see these matches slowing down. But actually, we've not seen too much of an example of that here. We haven't seen much of a slowing down during this commercial break. Nice big back body drop. And Lexis went onto that platform. He's grabbing a hold of his back. Referee is right there. Shouldn't the referee be counting? Isn't this like a 10 count? Like, if I'm Moose, I'm flipping livid. Why aren't you counting, you boomer? It's quite a nice belt, that. Quite detailed. It's all right. Lexis King trying to crawl his way back into the ring. Moose standing over him at the moment. Brock has been banging every drug in the pharmacy since age 12, said Frankie. That could be true. I think he was drug tested, though, wasn't he? I mean, UFC, USADA, maybe there's like some question marks there, but I think he was being drug tested. But I don't know. I don't know how much confidence you can put in that. I would not be shocked to find out that he had taken some drugs at some point. I would not be shocked to find out he had dabbled in the world of steroids at one point in his life. Kicks coming in there by Moose. It doesn't help that no one wants to find it, says Faith. Shots coming in. I wish someone would come to the ring with a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and threaten to scrub the Sharpie off Lexis King's face, says Rob. Shot coming in. Again, over the other side. Big boot there by Moose. Oh, another big shot coming back there by Lexis. Over the other side, picks him up. Ooh, takes him over. Going for the cover too. That was a Hurricanrana there by Lexis. And Moose goes out the ring. With siblings in wrestling, do you think there's always a HBK Jannetty syndrome? Yeah, I think there is that concern. Over the top to the outsides. I mean, it doesn't always work that way. But that is something that is a concern. Like, you know, if you and your brother was in wrestling, you would worry, am I the Marty Jannetty of this? But there is a way that both guys can, you know, get over. Oh, lovely crossbody there. 1, 2, kick out. If you look at, like, Legion of Doom, Hawk and Animal, or if you look at Demolition, Axe and Smash, I'm not sure there was a Marty Jannetty in those teams. I mean, some people might say they preferred Hawk because of the What a Rush, you know, or maybe someone would say they preferred Axe. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, but not every team suffers from that. Bushwhackers, can't have one without the other. That's great work there by Moose, and a lovely kip up as well. Right now, he's grabbing Lexis. He's going to look to put him away. Pick power bomb. Oh, huge. Goes for the pin. 2, 2. Shoulder up. It's a good kick out, that. There's been some big power moves in this match, you know. That was lovely crossbody from the corner there by Moose. Power bomb there by Lexis. Or onto Lexis. Has got the crowd chant in NXT. Opening match, getting a good 96 rating. Here's Moose charging over. Kick coming in there by Lexis King. Looking for a net breaker. 1, 2. Sure, kick out there by Moose. Lexis King is frustrated, and I think there is some blood. Not sure where that was coming from, but I'm sure I just saw a little bit of blood there. Lexis has got Moose. Reverse. Lexis lands on his back. Charging over. Gets out the way. Lexis against the rope. Spear there by Moose. Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3, and Moose gets the win. So, not a surprise on who won, but a fun match. I would say, personally, that was a step up from the opening contest. And here comes Oba. I've got to think that champion versus champion women's match will be in 2 weeks' time at Roadblock. That would obviously make sense. And this might make sense for that show as well. Oba making his way down. Moose gets a win against Lexis, but I'm not sure he's winning against Oba. Congrats, you made it past Lexis. This. Yeah, let's go. This is what everyone wants. Ava, in 2 weeks. Wow. Titan versus Titan. 2 weeks' time at Roadblock. Gotta think, as we said, that's where Julia Stephanie's going to take place as well. But, I mean, they are stacking that show in 2 weeks' time. So, Oba, Moose, not the biggest surprise. It did feel like Moose would win this and then we would get the match with Oba. But it's lovely to hear that it's official. So, there we go. Madison Square Garden. That is going to be special. Let's go, said James. Oba, Moose, Roadblock. PJ said NXT is the best thing going today. HBK is just flexing at this point. Getting Madison Square Garden was so special. I mean, I've got to think that the open for that's going to be special. If you think about the history of WWE in Madison Square Garden, I mean, that is home. That is home. Sean Spears is just talking about his... that guy looks jacked, doesn't he? I still don't know his name. Izzy Dame. Are we going to find out what this group's called? My family's complete. It's a good video package, this. Oh, I really wanted a name. So he was talking about how there's a new family in NXT, and the only thing to do is to take that North American Championship next week. But I really wanted a name, and we didn't get one. Wrestling sucks. Days true. The exceptions, I think, are the Young Bucks and the Bollywood Boys. But what other sibling teams were seen as equals? Oh, I don't know, but I'd have to go back and have a think back through all the sibling teams. But I think, honestly, I think there's a lot of tag teams that were seen as equals. I think there is, as I said, that Marty Jannetty vibe when it comes to tag teams. But I don't know that it's one that affects everybody. Oba said Titan versus title, not title versus title. That is true. He did say Titan versus Titan. No name is better than a stupid name. Let it marinate, says K-Dub. Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't want anything stupid. But I would have thought that by now, it's been a good few weeks, they would have a name. I still don't know. I don't know what we're calling them, and I still don't know what we're calling that other group as well. No, but if I said I know, I would be spoiling something, says Nightmare. Daze, I saw your dong poked Henry Cejudo in the eye. Oh, God, how much do you regret us not doing that stream so you could crack that joke on that stream? Blue Well Sonic said, Moose picks up the win at rank B-. Sonny said, I have Queen Elizabeth second Funko Pop. It came with a corgi. It costed around $40 on eBay. I haven't gotten the one where she's in a green outfit. Well, God bless you for picking up Funko Pops of the Queen, my friend. Can we just confirm that it's title versus title? No, I heard Titan versus Titan. I didn't hear him say... I can play it again and see what gets said.
This is what everybody wanted, right? This is what the NXT universe wanted, right? So this is the match to make. And Eva made it official. So in 2 weeks, at Roadblock, in Madison Square Garden, is going to be the face of the franchise versus the ruler for the NXT Championship. Titan versus Titan in a collision that nobody has ever seen before.
Yeah, it's Titan versus Titan. The match is for the NXT Championship. It's Titan versus Titan. It's for the NXT Championship, not both championships. They pre-taped this week's NXT last week. They've confirmed Oba Moose is for both titles. Titan versus Titan. Whether they change that on Thursday, then it can change, but as of right now, what's just been mentioned, it's for the NXT Championship. Right, we are at commercial break, and we are just about to go back to the show. I wonder if that's something they'll speak to him about, like... I don't know, I thought he said it quite clear, to be honest. Wouldn't make sense title versus title. Moose is not the heavyweight champion. TNA is the heavyweight champion. Okay. We're just seeing what happened earlier today. There was a little bit of back and forth between Jada and Kalani. She's right behind you, mate. Kicked off. There was Ren trying to separate them. Here's Jordan Grace. Jordan Grace making her way down. Let's see what she's got to say. Does she want the winner, maybe, of the... Does she want the winner of Julia Stephanie? Could someone get involved here to take us down a different path? I suppose they could. They absolutely could. They probably will. Okay, Jordan Grace is in the middle of the ring. Smile on her face. We got Jordan Chance. I knew exactly where I belonged. After feeling the hunger, I knew I had to be a part of it. Plus also, TNA went and got Tessa back, so I knew I had to leave. I want to become a champion in what I truly believe is the best women's division in the world. That's prompts some NXT chants. Last time I was standing here. I know that Julia and Stephanie felt the shift. Who's going to interrupt? I feel like someone's interrupting, but who's going to interrupt? Is this going to be an OMG? Like, oh, no way. Someone from the main roster. Oh, that's what we've done. It sort of is someone from the main roster. Roxanne Perez makes her way out. This is good, actually. If we're going to do this match, then obviously Jordan can get the win against a very credible opponent. Roxanne's kind of already gone to the main roster. I think a lot of people, myself included, thought she was done with NXT anyway, so little bit of a surprise to see her here. What do we think? 2 weeks' time, Roadblock? Yeah, Roxanne talking about how she carried NXT. It's one thing to be at the top of the TNA women's division. You're in my world now. If this is your division, where is your title? The title you couldn't beat me for at Battleground. It's pretty good. There's a gap between us. It's been there since last year, and it's still there. So, Roxanne talking about Elimination Chamber. If I feel like it, I could be a 3-time NXT Women's Champion. Roxy 2 belts. Yeah, people want to chant that. I wanted to chant that. Roxy 2 belts. Everyone has a plan until, and then she punches her in the face. Roxanne is caught on the ropes. Jordan just helped her out a little bit there. I think Jordan had maybe a little wardrobe malfunction momentarily. Nothing too bad. Okay, there he is. There's the man. So no match announced, but it's going to happen, innit? Here's Trick. Here's Javon. You're fighting over a smile. I'm fighting over the NXT Championship, says Trick. Stay in your lane. That's right, you tell him. Ricky Saints. I heard about you. Do you know what? Trick reminds me of Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua was really nice, and he was really bubbly, and he was all great, and like, you know, he had like a smile on his face, and, you know, he was like a baby face. And then he lost to Usyk. He got really moody, like he got really frustrated, and he started to like snap at the press conferences. And actually, I don't know if anyone saw the Joshua press conference when he was about to fight Daniel Dubois, but it really got quite heated. And that was not what Joshua was like at all. Joshua was like very relaxed, chilled, smiley, nice guy. He's abandoned all of that. He's trying to find that edge. He's trying to get himself into that kind of killer mindset. It really reminds me of Trick right now so much, because Trick was all like cool, and now like he's being moody and shady with Javon when Javon didn't do anything wrong there. I don't know that it hints. I suppose it does hint at a bit of a heel side to Trick, but I just think it's more him being dialed in, him being like killer mode, you know. I really like that little exchange. I really like this presentation of Trick as well. This is like a no nonsense, like I ain't taking no more, you know, because he's been screwed over like a few times, and he's trying to get his title back, and I don't know when he goes to the main roster, but it can't be that far away. But yeah, we're doing some good stuff at the moment. This kind of character development for Trick was needed, said Brony. He's losing a lot of matches, and he should be peeved off, and I like it. I wouldn't say heel turn, just more of an edge. Yeah, I like it. Hardy's coming up next, yes. James said, talking of boxing, did you see that Conor Ben, Chris Eubank stuff earlier? No, I didn't, no. To be honest with you, that's not a feud that I've massively engaged with, because we've never had... when it was made last time, I don't think we were able to watch it. So if I know I'm not going to be able to watch a fight, I don't really spend my time like watching the builds and stuff like that. So I really need to get up to speed with I know about the failed drugs test. I saw the fallout of all of that. I know the history there, of course, but the issues between these two, the twists and the turns of this story, I'm a bit not 100% on. But I think Edward sent it me earlier, and he was like, are you going to do this? And it's the week after WrestleMania, so we may have a window to do it. I'm still not sure yet. But yeah, I've kind of got half an eye on it. TJF, shout out to you, said it's just a jealous Trick. It's good that they're doing a new gimmick, otherwise he would never get to the main roster. Eubank slapped Ben with an egg, said Toby. I get Swerve vibes off Trick, says Dan. The whole presser for Eubank Ben was pretty mental, said Toby. I'll have to watch that. I know there was a lot of excitement around it. A lot of people getting in touch, like, you know, did you see this type thing? But no, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to see it, so I am still a little bit behind on all of that. My wife just told me that a little girl she tutors loves wrestling and asked if we could bring her with us to WrestleMania. My wife told her about WrestleMania in New Orleans. Corey, are you telling me that you're going to go to WrestleMania with a little girl? Is that something you're telling me right now? Is this your way of telling us that you're going to WrestleMania with a little girl and you're hoping that we're not going to make fun of you for that? I can't make any promises, yeah? I don't know that I'm strong enough to not make fun of you for that. James said, do we think that we still get Fury AJ? I can't see why not, because I really don't know what other options there are. And Fury has said that he is very much motivated by money. Oh, hello. We're still at commercial break. There we go. There's Jada. Oh my God, they're botching this. What are they doing? Huh? What's going on? It keeps going for the show. Back to commercial. Back to the show. Back to commercial. Back to the show. Back to commercial. Back to the show. Back to what the hell is this? What the hell? No, mate. Come on. Netflix. Someone's been drinking. What's this? Dudes. This is worse than AEW. What the hell? Well, I've got no idea what she just said. Absolutely not a flipping clue. What the hell was that? You lot won't have... did you not get that as well? Flipping, by the time it settled down, she came out with her final words and then she walked away. What the flip? The flip was that? Nightmare said, nothing wrong with my picture. Nothing wrong with my picture. Nothing wrong with my picture. That's you, that is. Nightmare, that's you. They will re-show that later on the show, says K-Dub. I wonder if they will. God, that was a flipping nightmare. I'm glad that it stopped. Right, we got the Hardys coming out. Here we go. Pretty exciting. Lots of anticipation. No quarter catch crew in the ring. Here we go. It's time for some legends. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is really cool. They're selling shirts, Hardy shirts, apparently, on WWE Shop now. Matt and Jeff in NXT. So good. It is so loud. It is so special. Great face paint on Jeff as well. Look at this response. So deserved. Really good. Really good. Crowd are chanting, holy shiz! The No Quarter Catch crew are in severe danger of being deleted tonight. This is magical, says Booker. Welcome back is the chant. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hardy boys. I'm not going to lie. I'd love to see Christian and Edge have one more match. I know Devon can't do anything, but that would be really awesome. Team 3D. Hardy, Hardy. Jeff Hardy said if he's able to do his face paint like that because he asked Umaga what paint he used and now he uses the same one, says Paul. James said, I think Jeff wants to right the wrongs that he did when he walked out. Yeah, God, if you think about like where we are now after all of that, like it's brilliant, really. It's brilliant. That was a real dark time, wasn't it? We've got Tavian in there with Jeff. Yeah, shot coming in there. You still got it. You still got it. Matt in the corner. Boom, elbow drop. Working on the arm there, Matt. Pop, pop, pop. Delete, 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 delete. So Tavian is in there with Matt right now. Against the ropes. Back elbow. Oh. You still got it. You still got it. You still got it. That's what we need. We need a you still got it chant. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out. Daze, I would have WWE re-sign the Hardys back to WWE. I know the storyline is long for years, but Hardys are WWE for life. Problem is, like, it's so exciting, and I love it, and I'm right there with you, but once you get past that initial nostalgia hit, it does settle down, and it does become a little harder to book them, you know? Right now, it's like, oh my God, bring them back, you know? But we brought them back at WrestleMania 33, and, like, look how it kind of played out, you know? I really like them. I'm not saying that I don't. I'm not saying I wouldn't bring them back. I'm not saying anything like that, but I just know that it can run its course quite quickly. Right now, Tavian making the tag. In comes Miles Bourne. But, oh my God, that was vicious. That was really vicious. Oh, elbow there by Miles. Hardys have still got a few tricks up their sleeve, says Booker. Jeff jumping off Tavian, launching into Miles. Twist of Fate coming in. Oh, into a DDT. DDT there by Matt. Jeff going clothesline. Miles over the top to the outsides. This is all right. This is not a bad showing from these guys at all. I think I'd heard word that they are going to look... Lovely. They are going to look to bring these guys to the main roster. That's the hardest, man. Kick to the midsection. Looking for Twist of Fate. No joy. Lovely work there by Miles. Snap power slam. Very Randy Orton-esque. Ren on the outside, looking a little bit concerned. You're not Randy. You're not Randy. Tavian coming in. More You're Not Randy chant, said Nightmare. The crowd have been awesome, said Julius. Right now we've got Jeff down, cover maids, kick out. Tavian keeping Jeff down. I've got to think in 2 weeks' time we're going to get these guys against Fraxium. That's got to be at Madison Square Garden. So I'm thinking after the Hardys win this, we will end up getting Fraxium making their way out. Goes down. Look, Jeff trying to get over, trying to make that tag. Kick coming in there by Jeff. Goes over. He makes the tag. That is in. Goes over. Delete, delete, delete. He's smashing Tavian into the turnbuckle pads. He's deleting him as well now. Miles has been deleted. Tavian deleted. Fraxium have made their way out. No great surprise there. Ooh, side effect. Lovely work there by Matt. Shoulder up. Not only is booking hard, after a few matches, Matt's old cowboy legs start to bend in. Jeff's moves get a bit sloppy, and he swantons someone's ribs to Hades, says Poctadil. That is so flipping impressive. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tavian Oh my God. Did you just see that power slam from Tavian? He just picked him up and he sort of floated in the air momentarily with him. It wasn't just like a power slam. He sort of picked him up and floated with him. Oh my God. I need to see that again. I want to see that again. Why are they not replaying that? Dude just sort of floated along with him. It's in Tavian's tattoo as well, where he's got like two wrestlers like grappling each other on his ribs. A little bit of trash talk there by Tavian. Tavian again, nice, colliding into Matt. At the moment, we got he slumps down. Tag being made. In comes Miles. Uppercut. Another uppercut coming in. Shot coming in there by Miles. Matt Hardy goes back to the corner. Goes over. What's our main event tonight if we're doing this? I'm surprised this wasn't later in the show. We should have had the Hardys return for a Saturday night's main event. We could still get that, but streets are saying that this is going to be just the start of things to come with these guys in WWE. Crowd are applauding away. Yeah, at the moment, the heels are very much in control. Have we... No. I did wonder if we'd gone to commercial break. Sort of slowed a touch here. I had to refresh the stream. I forgot to come back in, says Kelly. Hello, Kelly. Matt's selling is always great, says Willow. Ricky Saints could be the main event, said Mitchell. That's true. That's true. Good point. They did sort of tease that little moment, didn't they, backstage? Yeah, Tavian goes down. In comes Miles. He grabs Matt round the back. He goes down. Oh, Jeff goes to the outside. Lands on Tavian. Yeah, no, Jeff's right back in. Clothesline. Back elbow. Jeff with Miles Bourne. Leg drop. Lovely. Single leg drop kick. Elbow drop. Jeff just chucking himself around. Shoulder up there by Miles Bourne. That is the concern, though. I mean, Jeff's known for, like, big risks and all that stuff. I don't know that we're going to be doing that. I don't know that we're going to be able to do that with him. Going up top. Looking to come crashing down, and he does! It is vintage. Oba against Moose will be stand and deliver. They said 2 weeks, didn't they? Roadblock. One, two. Save his mates. Whisper in the Wind is a classic. Tavian on the outside gets slammed into the edge of the ring. Right now we've got Miles. He's got Jeff up. Jeff lands on his feet. I'm surprised at how long this match is going. Oh, lovely work. That'll do it. 1, 2. Oh, Tavian makes the save. Tavian makes the save. Go to the outsides. He goes down. Twist of Fate. Looks like we're going to get a swanton. Ah, we got to see it. Twist of Fate, Swanton. They're pulling out all the greatest hits. There it is. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for the Hardys. I don't think that is going to be a big shock, of course. And I think that we're going to be seeing them and Fraxium in just a couple of weeks' time. What a match. What a moment, says Vic Joseph. It was great seeing them in the ring. And to be honest with you, they did a hell of a lot more than what I was expecting there. I thought that was going to be a much shorter offering. Fraxium are in the ring, and this is surely going to set up that Madison Square Garden match. Let us be the first to welcome you to NXT. So Matt says he loves NXT so far. You guys are killing it. He's got a lot of praise for Fraxium. They are killing it. We're the greatest tag team in the world today, and we are standing opposite the greatest team of all time. So there we go. Yeah. That's going to bring out Santino. Santino's coming out. Santino Marella getting a nice reaction. Let's go, man. Santino. Yes. Look. Oh, my God. Come on. Yes. One more match. 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 Santino, Santino, Santino. Oh, my God. I flipping love this guy. Let's go. Avar. I was talking to Avar in the back. Yeah, 2 weeks' time. Fraxium. The Hard Boys! All right, it's for the TNA titles. Oh, my God, the Hard Boys. They're putting their belts on the line. Let's go. Oh, God, everything about that was brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, my God, I love the Hard Boys. Where are we now? The Hard Boys. Oh, hello, we got the family. Oh, hello, here is Tony. We got the Riz as well. The Hard Boys. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's really good. I appreciate what you did last week, but I had to lay low. Yeah, they've got a problem with with Sean Spears, haven't they? All right, let's get the poll for that last match, shall we? God, I tell you, this is just so stacked, isn't it? I just don't know if I'm coming or going here. Like, I'm doing polls, so many things happening. It's just relentless. I need to watch this and see what they're saying, and now that I've missed it. Good. I didn't want to watch it anyway. If anyone in TNA wins WWE belt, it'll most likely be the Hardys. Okay, they're talking about LFG. John Cena should come out when Santino was around, said Dr. Lucha Lala. That'd be fun to see those two have a little moment again. Honestly, I'd be so down for him having one more match. What am I watching? What is this? I'm watching people dancing. Daze, what direction do you think creative will go with Jimmy? I think he needs a catchphrase. He needs to find his own footing. And honestly, I think it's going to be really hard because the whole yeet thing was quite organic. I mean, it wasn't a word that was invented by Jay, but it was the word that Jay was using at that press conference. Do you remember that press conference when it was Jay and Cody and they were both at the press conference after winning the tag titles and they were drunk? That's where it was born from, you know. You had him going, yeet, like this. And like, you know, they'd both had a couple of drinks, whatever. And really, like, it just exploded from there. So I don't know how Jimmy's going to get something like that organic. And he can't use yeet. It's got to be a word or something that he uses. I mean, anything else might feel a little bit sort of forced. Anything now that gets used is going to feel like, oh, they're just trying to copy Jay. And it makes it harder, to be honest. Trying to do something with Jimmy, it becomes harder because of Jay's success. And Jimmy's always going to be compared to Jay, and that's going to be really difficult. I mean, Jay is so big right now. So you've just got to do the best that you can, really. But he definitely needs better presentation, better entrance music. I think he needs to think about his physique. I think he needs to think about his ring gear. Honestly, I think it would be a nightmare. I think it's possible. But I don't think it's going to be easy. And just because it worked for Jay doesn't mean you're going to be able to make it work for Jimmy. And I think that Jay's success is going to actually make it harder for Jimmy. So it's very, very difficult. I'd say everything they're doing right now is wrong. I think his music's not good enough. I think his presentation's not good enough. I think the story, the creative stuff that he's in is not good enough. I think you need to show his personality. I think you need to get him in quite a few backstage segments. I think he needs to have witty lines. I'm just not seeing any of that, to be honest. So, yeah, I think where we are is a long way from where we need to be. I'm not sure going on in chat, but thank you, William, says Aubrey. Thank you, William. Has it gone tee up again? I don't know. It could have done. I thought we might have been a commercial break or something. Are you telling me no? At the moment, I've just got an NXT logo. I don't know if you lot are getting technical problems or whatever, but at the moment, I've just got a logo. Have I got a countdown or something? I was just checking. No, I haven't. This feels a bit different, doesn't it, than what we normally get? Yeet won me Scrabble recently, said Manis. My opponent didn't believe it was in the dictionary. Yeah, it's been a word that's been used for a while. I mean, obviously, we know that it was used by Jeremy Clarkson. There's a clip of him using it from like the 1990s. I heard of I think Sonny used it before it was made famous as well. Yeeting, like throwing something. I yeeted it. I chucked it. I kind of know it as that. Right, I don't know what we've got. We've just got visual of the ring at the moment. Okay, there we are with Zarya. She's got a sprain, apparently. Piper, oh my God! Wow, Chelsea! The Secret Hervis! The Secret Hervis! Here's Chelsea! Tell them the thrift store is that way. Are we going to do a tag match? Zarya and Sol Ruka against Chelsea and the Secret Hervis. She's got a flipping taser. Oh, next week? Next week? I thought we were going to do that at Madison Square Garden. Very good. Oh, look at Ariana Grace. Look at Ariana Grace, Miss NXT. Jesus Christ, is like the Macho Man's here. Lola Vice making her way down. God, what a fun show. It's just absolutely non-stop, this thing. It's very creative, isn't it? It's very, very creative. Like, it's just constant. How can you not be watching NXT? Could you imagine loving WWE, really enjoying the main roster, and then for some reason you're like, I'm not really bothered by NXT. It's never really, appealed. It's like, I'd be very suspicious of you. Here we go. We are underway then with our next match. Ariana Grace has been out the ring for a long time. I think she had an injury for a long time. She got a couple of shots through there, and she's tasting success with boxing. Pop, pop. Charging over, shot to the midsection. Down goes Ariana Grace. Kicks, quick kicks. Quick kicks coming in. Another big shot coming in there. Mackenzie said Trick Williams versus Eddie Torpedo. Tricky Williams versus Eddie Torpedo. That is what he was referring to them as. I do like the hard boys. Sorry, what? On the outside, Ariana Grace driving Lola back. Headbutt coming in there. That's a great 82%. People really enjoyed Hardy's Fraxium. Ariana getting back into the ring, ducking underneath against the ropes. Back elbow by Ariana. Don't think this is going to take too long. Jude of Stratford's. Shout out to you, Judes. Judah Stratford said Lyra is on her second IC title feud with Ivy. Do we think Chelsea will get her next title feud soon? And how do we feel about their Mania season? It's a really good question, that is. It's a really good question. I really like Ivy being next. I think Ivy stands a chance. I don't think these women's mid-card title runs should be too long, because I think there's so many women that could do with a little run with them. So I don't mind if Lyra gets past Ivy. I think it's a good challenger. They're actually not too far out height-wise. So yeah, I really don't mind this as a next challenge. And there's a chance Lyra could lose the belt. I don't think she does. In regards to Chelsea, I feel probably less confident she'll be at WrestleMania. I think we can do Lyra versus Becky. I don't think there's a big name like that lined up for Chelsea. I think Chelsea brings a bit of like comedic relief, you know. Oh, hello. Ariana Grace is down. Oh, big boot there, big kick. She gets back up, spinning back fist. Down goes Ariana. 1, 2, 3, and it's done. Lola gets the win. Lola picks up the victory. So good win there for Lola. Oh my God, she's got a nasty bump on her head. Oh, hello, we got a backstage attack. Backstage attack. Who was that? Was that Miles? I reckon it's that group. Yeah, Tavian. That was No Quarter Catch crew. There's Charlie Dempsey. We're just seeing that new group. So they've just attacked No Quarter Catch crew as we go back to commercial break. Yeah, some people think like maybe the Wyatt Six could go after like one of those mid-card titles, but it's not really what I want them doing, to be honest. So I feel a bit more confident for Lyra's run than I do Chelsea's, but Chelsea's will be arguably more entertaining. But I don't know that it'll have the high-profile matches. Great to see her, though, in NXT. I'm always down for seeing a bit of Chelsea. Chelsea. I'm surprised that's next week and not Madison Square Garden, unless it leads into Madison Square Garden, you know. I thought Chelsea Nikki was in the plans. I heard Nikki say that she would like to face Chelsea at some point, but I can't say I've heard that it's like locked and loaded type thing. But I'd be so down for that match if we do it, yes. The new group will be forgotten about in a few months, says Brony. Lola Vice picks up the win in a squash match, said Blue Will Sonic. We got a picture of... let's pop that in other, shall we? I don't know if we've seen Asuka recently. There she is. That was 21 seconds ago. I'm leaving a like. Look, I'm the 229th like. So there's Asuka and Kairi. The Kabuki Warriors. It's a good name, that, actually. It was a terrible match, but looked good, says Blake. Could we get John Cena in NXT before WrestleMania 41? I don't think so. He's doing 30-odd dates this year, and I'm not sure that one of those is going to involve... I don't know that one of those is going to involve NXT. I mean, it's not impossible, but I'm not expecting it. Are we going to do Rhea Bianca at Mania? That was the rumor, wasn't it? That was the rumor. I like to see that Mildred Burke story, Queen of the Ring movie. Yes, Suzanne, same here. Yeah, same here. I'd be really, really down for that as well. I'm done with the Wyatts. They're 100% done. They will likely be released. I don't believe that. Well, I believe you're done with it, but I don't believe they're going to get released. I think there's just been issues with illness, injury, bits like that. Seems like there was a little bit of a delay with Alexa coming in as well, and I think that also played a part. We know there was an illness with Braun, so I think it was just a real rough time kind of over that November, December, January period, but we should hopefully now be getting to the point where we can get up and running again. I would love to see Jordan Grace against Zarya. I believe it's time for Zarya to get out of that tag team, says Ashma. Wrestle with Andy says, message retracted. Thank you, buds. Okay, we are going back to the show, and we've just got a video package. I would love to see Jordan Grace, Zarya. Yeah, read that from Ashma. Chelsea should be focusing on SmackDown mid-card division and building up feuds instead of going NXT. But that's my personal opinion, says Ninja. She can do both. She can do both. There's not really a reason why she can't juggle both. We've seen people do both before. We saw Dominic being NXT North American champion, but also appearing on Raw and engaging in stories on Raw. Okay, they're just talking about Elimination Chamber this weekend. Of course, we'll be all over that show. Daze, I was saying that the Spife and the teaspoon strike again. Here's Eddie Thorpe. Oh, this is interesting that they're bringing this into the TV show. My people were forcibly removed from these lands. I beat Trick fair and square with the strap, and I'm still a bad guy. So is this a challenge to Trick? Name the time and the place. Eddie Thorpe is frustrated. So it looks like he is coming after Trick Williams. Yeah, there is a lot of big news tonight. Really fun stuff. It's been a great show. Saying someone is getting released is pretty messed up. They're still popular, even though they're not on TV, says Sean. Oh, here's Ava. What's she going to say? What's she going to announce? Oh. Mm-hmm. Yep. Crazy. Love it. Crazier. Love it. Stat show. So Stephanie Julia getting added. Yeah. Oh my God. What a match. Title versus title. What's going to go down in that match? I really don't know. Who wins that? Does someone get involved to kind of result in a no contest, do we think? Because how do you book that? Plus also, do we really want one woman having both belts? I'm thinking shenanigans. Kalani and Jada. What does the future hold for Ava? Well, apparently there's big plans for Ava. Apparently there's big plans. Apparently, like, they're really looking at moving with her and having her lean into her dad's final boss stuff. How? I don't know. Okay, we have got Wesley making his way out, so we've got 23 minutes. I hate title versus title matches, says Brony. They have to either have a DQ or a no contest for that, said Duran. Days, I didn't attend Southland Championship Wrestling because I stayed at home to get ready for Elimination Chamber. Oh my God. Carmen, it is so lovely to see you putting WWE first like you always should have. Carmen, well done. Well done. For coming round to the good guys. Not like those heels in Southland, whatever it's called. Made up wrestling. Here's Ethan. Ego. illegal. Right. So disappointed. Speedball going to it. Yeah, I would have loved for him. I agree. I would have loved for him to have come over to. I would have loved for him to have come over to WWE. Okay, back to commercial break. So this is going to be Ethan, and it's going to be Wes taking on Ricky and Trick. We're not getting Javon tonight. We must get him coming up soon. Ethan and I are from the same city, said Alex. How can you hate Ricky's music when you've not heard it yet, says James. Yeah, well, we're about to experience that, aren't we? We are about to experience Ricky Stark's entrance. We're going to see what that's like in WWE for the first time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Tricky Ricky. Very good. Very good. It is Tricky Ricky time. Okay, 20 minutes left to go. What a crazy, crazy show. It really has been so fun. I mean, if you judge a show by talking points, then we've flipping drowned on this one. There's just been so many talking points. Our Deaf Rebel gonna strike back, said Frankie. I hope not, buds. They better not have messed up Ricky Saints. I might go to Hobart, said Carmen Live. You should do it, buds. You've been talking about going there for so long. Just do it. Daze, I don't understand the thought process of title versus title. Neither should lose the match. Not a fan of double champs. I think it's just, you know, one woman's going to be able to say she is the woman. So who's going to be able to say that? Is it going to be Julia? Is it going to be Stephanie? Which way is that going to go? And even though, like, if you put your booking hat on, you can kind of go, oh, I'm not too keen on this. I don't really see the way out of this. I don't really see how putting both belts on the same woman makes sense. If you put your casual fan hat on, then you can understand that, like, a casual fan watching would understand that, like, one woman claiming to be the woman in this division, this, you know, heralded division, like, that would really mean something. The winner of that is going to have some serious bragging rights, aren't they? They're going to have both the women's singles belts, and that is going to be the person. But, I mean, if you're going to do that, do you have the person forfeit the belt after? What about the person that loses? How bad is that a loss for them? How do they lose? Will there be outside interference? Will there be shenanigans? Will there be a way out of it? What if it's a double count out? So, yeah, I kind of feel like I wouldn't worry about it too much. I would just wait and see how it plays, because I think there's every chance that they could both still walk away with their belts after it anyway. Brony said it's time for Julia to have a 4-year title run and cheat in every match and the NXT women's division to become irrelevant. Let's go. That's how I would book it as well. Yes. So there we go. Title for title is announced. 2 weeks. And it's on a Tuesday as well, which is so strange that they're not doing it over weekends. Moose against Oba. I wonder what rating that show's going to get. $2K25. Is this 2K25 footage? God, they've made the Performance Center look really big. What an L. That's not the Performance Center. They made it look way bigger. They've like tripled the size of it. Guys, if you're not going to be accurate, don't bother. Javon Evans in the ring. Is it not Trick? I thought it was Trick. It's going to be Ricky then. Lights go out. Here we go. Let's see what the... I like the intro. Welcome. I like the music, actually. Yeah, love the pose in the entranceway. I like the music. I'm just thinking, like, you know, at the Rumble, when the music hits... I don't mind that at all, you know. I love the lasers. Oh my God, they're so good. I like the welcome to the revolution at the start, because you know at a Rumble that's going to hit. People are going to lose their minds. And then the music that follows after's got a bit of a vibe to it. Dun, dun. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Ricky Saints. It probably could make the graphics look a little bit better on the screen. It's got quite a big feel to it. I could see that really working well at a Royal Rumble. I like the pose in the entranceway. I like the sort of spotlight. I like the lasers. I like the opening line. That music makes it feel like a big star has just arrived. I mean, you're not going to give that music to like an enhancement talent. It's very big. It's very epic. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think if that is Def Rebel, I think they've done a good job with that, which means it probably isn't. Oh, hello. There is a lot of meat there. Lots of meat. Ricky's going to take off like a rocket ship. What do we think? Did we like it? Did we like it? Did we not like it? Oh, look at that. Oh. He went for a springboard stunner and didn't quite get it, but... Wes goes over. Bouncy. Bouncy boy. Okay, well, what's Trick doing on this show then? Bouncy. Javon is so good, said Adam. No one should be running from Javon. He's a jobber, says Robert. Yeah, he did jump really high there. Let's get a poll going, shall we? I want to know what people think of that entrance. Ricky's entrance, question mark. All time. Great. Good. Let's go, Ricky. Sticky Ricky. Shot coming in there. Ricky is rocked. Goes over, grabs Wes. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Yeah, shots coming in. Good work there by Ricky Saints. I'm still going to call him Starks by mistake. There is no way I'm going to be able to remember that. It's going to take me ages. It's kind of generic, said Tyler. I don't love it, but I don't hate it, said A. Jobson. Daze, your subtitle for the match is wrong. It says Trick. Oh, I changed it. Over the top. Wes to the outsides. Days with the partnership and how the great shows are, I think that streaming TNA this year with all the hype of the NXT shows, I don't know, to be honest, but maybe it's a multi-year partnership. If we did it, I wouldn't want to just do it one off. We do it some weeks, we don't others. Like, I think that would really confuse people. Oh, big shot there by Javon. Young OG versus Osprey 2027. Mark it down, said Julius. Trying to get back in the ring. Ethan Page grabs a hold of Javon. Ethan goes into the commentary table. Uppercut there by Javon. So Javon's in there with Wes. Takes Wes down. We got just over 10 minutes to go. Okay, so he's keeping him grounded at the moment. Either commit or don't, says James. Do TNA special shows. Yeah, that is true. I'm not interested in just doing like really one-off. We did Genesis, but that was their kind of like, I think they only do 4 PLEs, don't they? Do they? I think 4, maybe 6 every couple of months or something. I don't think they do 1 a month. I think they do a lot of specials. But yeah, we did that. It was good. I'd be down if we could fit it in for like, well, I don't know when Slammiversary is or whatever. I'm sure there'll be NXT talent on that, but doing the weekly stuff, like. Juan goes over the other side into the corner. I like Ricky, but I prefer Ethan, says Wrestle with Andy. You an Ethan stan, are you, bud? Why is NXT more exciting? Oh, it's just non-stop stuff, that's why. It's just, honestly, like, constantly things going on in NXT. You can't avert your gaze. The match quality is really good. Right now, looking for lovely. Nice double suplex. So, Booker said, I'm studying Ricky Saints because the report card is still out. Right now, he's got Ethan Page in the corner. So, Ricky Saints is in there. His gear does say Saints. I did just look then to see if it said Starks, but it does say Saints. Down goes Ethan. Goes over. So, Ricky working on Ethan at the moment. Goes over. Tag being made. Faces are in control. Double axe handle. So, Javon is in there. Defcon said, my prophecy is coming closer to reality. What will happen first? NXT wrestler wins TNA Golds or TNA wrestler wins NXT Golds soon, says Defcon. Yeah, well, both company have got titles being defended, don't they? Which is in 2 weeks' time, which is really good. It's really exciting. Shots coming in. Ethan in the corner with Javon. Oh, here's Tyson. Tyreek there getting involved. Ethan comes over, grabs Javon, climbing up. I thought last night was the first time a flexible finish really worked for Raw. Shame SmackDown is stuck without that for a while, says Toby. That was nasty on the top there. Javon goes to the outside. Ricky comes over to show some concern. So Ethan just drove Javon onto that top turnbuckle. Ethan goes to the outsides. Oh, look at those seats. Into the edge of the ring goes Javon. Ethan chucking Javon back into the ring. Gets into the ring as well. He's grabbing a hold of the leg. Mr. B said, with WrestleMania next year being in New Orleans, watch out for Ricky Saints to make a push for it. Oh, Wes goes up over the top, lands on the back there of Javon. Javon is very much grounded at the moment. And there's a few boos. Pace of this has slowed a little bit at the moment as the heels are in control. Couple of shots coming into the back there as Wes is tying up the legs of Javon, keeping him grounded. The boy not looking so bouncy at the moment as he is down on the outside of the ring. Elbow drop there by Wesley. Why are talent so exciting in NXT but not so much on Raw or SmackDown? I think it's just the general feel of the show. I don't know that it's the talent so much. If you've got a hot show with loads of stuff happening, I think it just puts you in a different mindset, and then like people keep coming out and it's really exciting. You just got all these exciting moments, you know? Javon in the corner. Oh, back elbow. I tell you what else I think is really going to help here, and that's the Evolve show, because you got a lot of talent that was being used on NXT that I think has been pushed to Evolve. So now it just means we can deal with like the top end of NXT with a little sprinkling of people coming through like Tyson and Tyreek. Right now we have got Javon up. He lands back down on his feet against the ropes. Boom! Big kick coming in. That's good work. Ethan Page goes down. Ethan making the tag. Javon making the tag. Wes is in there with Saints. And again, charging over. Another big clothesline. Gets up. Big back body drop. Lovely work there by Ricky Saints. Going up. Oh, look at that. Yes. Beautiful DDT there by Ricky Saints. Back elbow. God, I tell you, I'm getting a vibe of like, nah, this is what I'm about. Ricky. This is like him breathing out. Oh, big spear. 1, 2, but Ethan makes the save. To the outside goes Ethan. Javon going against the ropes. This boy is bouncy! Didn't actually go that big, you know. Now we're going in the crowds. In the crowds. We're in the crowds. Javon and Ethan brawl into the back. Those two are fighting to the back. That just leaves Wes and Ricky. Ricky in the ring, charging over. Big boot there by Wes. Wes going up. Another kick coming in. It's just going to leave these two. We've already seen Ricky showing up and showing out. Wesley going to the corner. Let's go, Ricky. Is the chant. Ricky gets him up. Boom! Plants him. Here we go. In the ring. Yeah, he has got the numbers against him. But he's putting up a good fight over the top to the outside. Where's though? Double knees. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out by Ricky Saints. WrestleRant said this has got to feel good for Ricky on a big stage again. Shooting with a lot of intensity. Yeah, it really feels like this is his I'm here moment. I'm here. I can show. I've got a platform to show what I can do. Right now, Wes is Yeah, welcome to NXT. Ricky against the ropes. Oh, he tried to catch him. Just stumbled a little. He's powered him up, though. He's got him up. What's going to look to do in the corner? Oh! 1, 2, 3. Ricky gets the win. Welcome to NXT, Ricky. Let's go. Ricky gets the pin, as you would imagine. Crazy. Little botchy, but saved it. A hard move, actually, though. I mean, he was trying to catch him midair, so I am more than happy to let him off that. I mean, it's where he was trying to catch him, and as he catches him, he sort of goes down. He wasn't able to just catch it, like, perfectly. He'll be maybe a little bit frustrated with that, but it's a good showing. It's a real good showing. What's going to happen with 2 minutes left? I don't know. What are we doing with Trick Williams? That's what I want to know. Where's Trick Willie? Yeah, he did a great job there. He really did. Let's end this poll. So, Ricky's music playing away. Could we get someone coming out? Dun, 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 dun. So that was Ricky's entrance. So they're just running down the... this music, I think, honestly... I don't know if I'd say it was, like, really good, but I think it's more than acceptable. Ricky in the ring, holding up that sign. I would not be shocked if quite a few house shows and whatever end this way. And he can always pull that out the bag as well, can't he? It's real. It's real. The hype is real. The hype is real. I think that was an absolutely brilliant, couldn't catch your breath episodes of NXT. That, I think, was something really special. I think it was really special. I think we just had Stephanie against Carmen, which was a bit of a slow start. But then, I mean, it's just been pretty solid since then. There was maybe a little bit with Ariana Grace returning to the ring that people weren't too bothered by, but nice to see her back. Nice to see her back in there against Lola. But then, of course, we've just had Ricky and Javam in there against Ethan and Wes. And we need to do the poll for that, don't we? So let's get that written down now. It's one of those where I'm like, oh my God, there's so much stuff to kind of juggle. It's so hard to like get to the comments, do the polls, like get things in folders for unseen, and it's just, there's so much going on. Chelsea Green backstage and all that sort of stuff, you know, champion versus champion being made, like so much stuff happening, so many moving parts. I need some air. NXT has made has me as fat because that feed us so good. They did feed us very well. I agree. WWE definitely has the money to outsource these songs, says A. Jobson. Do you think this episode is better than what we'll get at Elimination Chamber? Don't know. The only reason why I don't know is because of the fact that that decision that is going to have to be made, that is a big moment, isn't it? And that's going to have big repercussions as we continue to move forwards. So I can't say this is going to be better than Elimination Chamber, but what I can say is that this is not an average NXT that we just saw. NXT has been brilliant in 2025, so the bar is high, but I don't think that anyone watching this should think this is what we're going to get every single week, although I do think 2 weeks looks like it's going to be as good, if not even better. Next week may be a step down, of course, but oh God, I mean, it was just so entertaining. Really so entertained. Moose against Lexis was a really fun match. Hardy's against Fraxium. Loads of matches announced for 2 weeks' time. Chelsea being backstage with the Secret Harvest. That was a shock. Yeah, we know that Chelsea and the Secret Harvest were there the other day, actually, because do you remember that footage of them doing the Bring It On cheerleader dance? That was at the Performance Center. And I did think it was weird that they were there doing that, and they did this little TikTok. And we looked at it in Unseen. So I would imagine that they were likely there to film what we had just seen. So I don't know that they were there today. They may have been there last week. Because it was kind of funny, actually, that we are in Cincinnati, but then we go backstage and it's the Performance Center, because that looked like the Performance Center where they were. Didn't look like it was backstage in Cincinnati. I don't think we were trying to make out that Chelsea was backstage at Cincinnati, you know? So I don't know if those pieces quite fitted, but it doesn't matter. No one is going to pay that any attention. Unless maybe it said like this was last week and I just missed it, you know? Recorded last week or something, but yeah, I mean, even that was like a surprise. Little things like seeing Ricky's entrance for the first time, having the Hardys come. I mean, it was just non-flipping stop, honestly. Bang, 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 bang. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. The NXT crowd chanting Tony fumbled. Yeah. That was... I'm not crazy about those type of things, but yeah. 8.5. First was definitely a good match. Second was just about a very good match. Third was definitely a good match. Fourth was mid. I understand, but main event was a good match, said Ninja. I only tune into AEW at this point to see Timeless Tony Storm. Oh, loving a bit of Timeless Tony. Definitely understand the appeal there. It was a great NXT tonight, said Stephen. Daze, would you say that you are full from that episode? Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like a king that has just had a banquet. Just from the beginning, really, just non-stop. Pretty much from the get-go. I mean, starting with Stephanie, you know, big star. I didn't think the match was that great. I'd say that was a bit of a low point. Ariana Grace Lola was maybe a little bit of a low point, but as we said, it just wasn't really around that long, and it was lovely seeing Ariana back in the ring. Santino coming out. In fact, there were so many moments, I'm finding myself sitting here remembering some of them. Because there was that many talking points. It's like, oh yeah, Santino Marella was on the show. Came out, and the way he was reacting as well. All this, you know, really, really good. Really, really good. I am full of praise. We will do a NXT review opinions video, and I will be very complimentary. 6.5 for me, said Lisa. Santino got a good pop. Said Dr. Luchalala. Blue Whale Sonic says, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the show is over. It is. We're just going to get a few final thoughts because I need to get a few more votes in for this main event match. We'll just get a few more final thoughts in that, and then I am going to run away and work on Unseen. Goshan said, NXT has got so much more than the main roster. Blake said 10 out of 10 because of Matt, Jeff, and Santino. I'm really happy. Sean said, why would WWE release Jada? She's done nothing wrong. Is someone calling for that, are they? Daze, will it be Julia 2 belts or Stephanie 2 belts? It's a good question. That I'd imagine that people have got different opinions as to which way it's going to go. I think I would be leaning Stephanie 2 belts because... Well, I think I'm leaning double count out or outside interference, no contest, and actually we don't get a winner. I think I'm leaning that because I don't know that I can see either leaving with both belts. But if I have to pick, gun to the head, who's going to win? I think I am leaning to Stephanie because I think Julia has reached the mountain top of being women's champion. And I think Julia's still to achieve that. I think that Julia could take a loss to Stephanie and that would be okay because she's always now going to be a former NXT Women's Champion. So I think, but if you look at it the other way, unless you're going to do a big story of Stephanie trying to get to that belt, I don't really know why you would give Stephanie such a knockback, you know? She's not been a women's NXT champion. She then would be like coming off a loss to Julia. She will then have lost her mid-card title. So I sort of feel like if Julia loses, it's okay. She's forever a former NXT Women's Champion. If Stephanie loses, that's a hard loss for her to take, I think. That's a tough loss for her to take. So I think I'm going to go Stephanie wins it. But I think the right answer is that actually it will have some sort of weird screwy finish. James said NXT was like Kendrick going off. Pop, 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 pop. Bum, 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 bum. A minor. WM said the "you still got it" chants brought a smile to my face, and the delete chants. Opulous Travel said Logan does not bring money into WWE. I'm pretty sure WWE have plenty of money. I agree. I think he does bring some money. I'm sure he sells some merch. There is a low gang out there, so that he has got fans. But I think that we use him more for exposure. I think we use him more to get the product in front of eyes that wouldn't normally watch it. If you can get wrestlers onto his podcast or you can get footage onto his social media, I think WWE see true value in that. So I don't actually know that it's about merch sales and about, dollars so much. I think it's more about, can we get the product in front of as many eyes as possible? WWE, it doesn't feel niche. It doesn't, it probably does to some, but to me, it feels like a pretty major form of entertainment. It doesn't feel like, I don't know, if you was into collecting Beanie Babies or something, if you was into collecting stamps or something like that feels quite a niche interest. But WWE feels big time. WWE feels like, Speed got 300 million views on it at the Royal Rumble. It's available all over Netflix. You got Logan Paul putting stuff out on his social media. We are a long, 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 long way from being in bingo halls or sports halls, stuff like that. Raw in the 90s, coming from some real small venues. If you go back to some of those Raws, 94, 95, business was not in a good place then at all. And we're a long, long way away from that. So I think it's about image. I think it's about the brand. I think it's about exposure. I think it's about it feeling legitimate. I think it's about trying to get people to see how fun it can be, even if they don't watch it, sort of forcing them to watch it. Hey, check this clip out, yeah? What is it? It's wrestling? I don't watch wrestling. Yeah, but you watch this. I think it's about that. So does he bring dollar bills as in like merch sales? He probably does, but probably not compared to a Jey Uso. But I think he does bring that. And that's why WWE are like, we want to keep you around and we want you to be happy, but equally we don't want to make you champion because no one likes you. Brian said there's a Great Heart Austin Survivor Series 96 shirts that's on WWE Shop. £23. It's perfect for old codgers like you and me. Let's go. I love the old retro stuff. I saw, wasn't Kevin Owens wearing like some really cool Saturday Night's Main Event shirt? Like in that Tops Rip thing. It looked great. I love that older stuff, yeah, the retro merch. If Cody says no, The Rock is going to reinstate the Kiss My Ass Club, says Taker 1990. WWE would never partner with Prime. You might dislike Logan, but he does have fans that do come to WWE with some different signs. Are you ready for the chamber, says Earl. Yeah, I think I'm ready. I just need to do a predictions video, but other than that, I think I'm ready. I mean, obviously we watch wrestling all the time, so I don't really need to do any research, but streams well, the stream's not really set up. I mean, it's just going to be this, isn't it? So, but it's set up on the channel, ready to go whenever. So, yeah, pretty much ready. Pretty much ready. Wasn't WWE nearly out of business back then with how bad it was? Yeah. Triple H said that he looked through the curtain. I think he was talking to Stone Cold, and he was like, "Do you think we'll ever get back to the Hulkamania days?" And that was before Attitude Era. It's crazy, isn't it? I think back then, Stone Cold was the ringmaster. Triple H was like Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and they were peering through the curtain, looking at how small the crowd was. And he's told the story that he asked the question, "Do you think we'll ever get back to like the Hulkamania days?" And it's crazy because it wasn't even that long until they were. I mean, it must have been like 18 months or something, and they were like starting to see those green shoots and starting to see bigger crowds. And it can turn real quick, but equally it can go the other way real quick as well. So you can never count your chickens or anything like that, but it is crazy that they were, and they have at times throughout their history really struggled financially. Mid-90s was really bad. Early 90s, in fact, the kind of early to mid-90s as a whole was just really bad. It's kind of coming out of Hulkamania, going into Attitude Era. That gap between those two eras had some good stuff. I mean, I really enjoyed 93. I think 94 as well, with like WrestleMania 10 and Bret Owen, but 95 is an acquired taste. But I think we start seeing some green shoots 96. 97, actually, a lot of people regard that as one of their favourite years. And then boom, you're at the Attitude Era. So, yeah, kind of end of Hulkamania, which, I don't know, did it die WrestleMania 6 when he lost to the Warrior? Is that when, like, it died? WrestleMania 7 struggles for sales, of course. So you can make an argument that really 1990 is where it's done. And then you've got to get through to 96, 97. So, yeah, those were rough times. You might think I'm wrong, but why are we having Michael Cole and others on his podcast? I don't like him personally, but saying he should be released is dumb, says Sean. Days, I am from the UK, said Charlie. I've been watching the past few weeks. I stopped watching WWE for a few years, but my mates have got me back into it. Even NXT. Well, Charlie, welcome back. It's always lovely to hear of people coming back, and I think, honestly, there's some really good stuff going on. Hopefully you just enjoyed that NXT, because I thought that was really good. If that NXT didn't deliver for people, I think that would be a shame. Obviously, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I think that was a really good NXT there. I think there's some really good stuff coming through. And what's great is if NXT is working, if NXT is bubbling away, then, that means good things for the future, because that is the future. So if NXT is in a good place, that means that the future of WWE should be in a good place, as long as the booking's right. But nightmare scenario. Cody said no. Logan wins the chain. I'm out, Lisa. I can't cope with Logan being the one that's going to be The Rock's pick. Rock interferes. Logan wins the belt. No, Lisa. Stop it. Stop putting that out into the universe. Ninja said, I don't like the person behind Hogan, but Hulkamania started wrestling entertainment for WWE. I thank Hogan for that. He was a megastar in the 80s. Yes. I think a lot of people struggle with that. I struggle with that. Ricky Stark's first TV match in 333 days. Was it? Really? Is that the stat? Wow. It did feel like a big exhale, that to me. There was a moment where he went in there and he was just like this shuck-up bottle of pop. And it really did feel like he was just like, here I am, Here I am. Someone just asked Asuka, why do people like her? And she said, I'll give you a hint. It's my undeniable charm. I like that. Netflix is a big reason why I got back to WWE. It just makes it easier, says Blake. Well, that's brilliant. I don't think we've seen quite the numbers increase thanks to Netflix. I don't know about across the board, but seems to have settled down to 2.8 million viewers worldwide. If 1 million of them are outside of the US, that would mean that Raw's doing 1.8, which when it was on USA Network, I think, was it about 1.5, 1.6? So that would suggest to me we've seen an increase, but it's not a crazy increase. So 2.8 million worldwide. I mean, it's very difficult because I don't know how that compares. They never gave us worldwide numbers last time. So I'm just having to guesstimate that 2.8 million watching Raw on Netflix means probably, I know that US is the biggest market, so probably 1 million. External-ish ballpark. So I think we're seeing an increase, but I don't know that it's anything too drastically different to when they were on USA Network, but there's still an increase there. And honestly, it's been a bit cold. Like, I don't know that people are that crazy about Raw on Netflix. I don't really see too many comments, people going, oh my God, it's so much better since it went to Netflix. I really don't see that. If anything, I see people saying it's been a bit underwhelming since it went to Netflix. I think that'll change once we really get going with WrestleMania season. But yeah, I think without kicking the can down the road and making false promises or whatever, I think the good stuff is coming just after the Chamber. I think that's when we've got a clean road to WrestleMania, no distractions, and we can just go, So looking forward to that. Big Time said the WrestleNomics has the US number about 1.3 or 1.4, international 1.4. Right, that's bigger than I thought. I would have just guesstimated at about 1 million. But if you're saying it was 1.4, then that means that there really is very little difference. Then maybe that international number might be bigger. But I mean, if Raw's doing 1.3, 1.4, then that is arguably lower than when it was on USA Network. Harry said, where do we see Becky in the Mania cards? Maybe Lyra. I think her and Lyra would be really good. NXT is the only show I can't watch because I don't have the channel, but I do watch it through Daze's eyes. So that's a win for me, says Lisa. Oh, that's disappointing. Have you tried Watch Wrestling? I mean, it might not be the right side of legal, but, you can still, still make it work. Dr. Luchar said it was really hard after Black and Gold, but things have picked up. Adam said, do we think will happen with Sammy? I think it'll be Carrion. I started watching WWE in late 2008, early 2009, and I've been enjoying it since then. Excellent, but excellent. They literally told everyone, because we on Netflix now don't expect anything to change. So why did people expect it to, says James. Well, some did expect, though. They got a bit carried away with the whole, is it going to be TV 14 and all that sort of stuff. But I think it's one of those, isn't it, where WWE hypes something like, this is what a partnership. Imagine bringing WWE and Netflix together. I mean, really what they're saying there is this is going to be great for us because we can reach more people. But what the message that goes out to the fans is these two companies coming together, think of what can be achieved. So, fans are thinking, oh my God, this is going to be great. This is going to be like the shows are going to go to a different level. It's an opportunity to reach more people. We're going to maximize that opportunity. I can sort of see that. The truth is, the shows have felt pretty much the same as when they were on USA Network to me. I don't think really I can, apart from they're half an hour shorter or half an hour longer, if you think they were 2 hours towards the end of their time there, but normally they were 3. Outside of that, I don't think there's been a great difference, but don't worry, it's going to change soon. I'm very confident once we get past the Chamber. Right, Adam, shout out to you, my friend. Yes, I've got the numbers that I needed. So there we go. So I think it's time for me to run away as well. So thanks a lot for joining us. I know this was bonkers. I know there was a lot of moving parts. I know that there was a lot of plate spinning there, but oh my God, I cannot even begin to tell you how different NXT is to Raw and SmackDown. Raw and SmackDown, I feel like we can sit, we can chat, we can joke. NXT, I feel like, right, I'm doing a poll. Hang on, what's that that's coming through? I need to get that into a folder. We're doing... okay, comments coming through. Am I on top of Super Chats? Okay, we're done with that. What's being said here? That's happening there. Okay, that poll needs to end. That's my NXT. I need to probably reduce a few things if it's going to stay this manic, but we got through. And on we move. So big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Really appreciate the support. I'm going to run away and work on Unseen. Have a great evening, and I will see you again next time.